Yeah.
Haverfield. All right, guys, so we're going to be on a pretty tight schedule. So hopefully, we're a total of 15. So Kylie is going to introduce you. So I'll introduce the first speaker. About 15 minutes total. I'll keep track of time. I'll get up to 3 minutes left. So after 3 minutes, I'll get up. We need to release the is that you're down to 3 minutes. And please questions. Okay. But then I'll get you there.
Are you just cross?
And then, just so you know, if you need a microphone for the podcast, you can use this. It's just what's on the belt. Turn it on.
Yeah.
You'll be able to advance the slide to make sure. Hey, Michelle, can you open up just anybody's PowerPoint? I think we'll have to run. Did you test it on this computer? Okay, thanks. So to advance, you're just going to use the down button. The down button, the right button advances it forward, and the up button reverses it. And then there's a laser pointer right here. Okay, this button. Okay. You can point stuff. So again, I just put it up on the screen. It's 3 minutes to insert. Ready? Thank you very much. Sure. Awesome. All right. Okay, I'll just do this right there. There we go.
I'm doing good.
All right. I'm just going to do a little introduction. I'll introduce you. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good. I'm gonna go ahead and do the share screen thing.
Okay.
There we go.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me all right? Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming today. This is exciting. This is our 16th research symposium here at Western with 1 year hiatus due to COVID a couple of years ago. But it's exciting to be able to offer this again. A little different this year. If you've never been a part of the research symposium in the past, it's typically a 2-day event. So we usually do this thing on Friday, and then on Saturday, we usually have some more student oral presentations. We just didn't have a whole lot of oral presentations this year, so it made more sense to kind of cram it all into one, and then we would be able to not have to drag everybody back here for Saturday too. So hopefully next year we'll get a lot more talks, and we will be able to continue this into a 2-day event. But this should be a nice jam-packed opening and closing night. So thank you very much, first of all, to the biology club and to the associate students at the University of Montana Western for their funding and for their hard work in organizing this for our wonderful campus. Let's see. So in case you hadn't looked at the schedule, so we're going to have oral presentations here from students. There's 10 of them to go. There's actually one more than is on the actual itinerary here. After that, we'll enter into a poster session. Dinner will be delivered. There's going to be a Mexican buffet out here. So after the talks are done, you can grab some food, a plate of food, come in and talk to all the students at their posters and see what kind of work in internships and research that they have been doing over this past year. Yeah, I think that's all I needed to say. If you didn't get one, the abstract books are back there. You're welcome to take them. They're worth gold because they're like $5 a piece at Walmart to get made, which was crazy. At any rate, those are definitely everybody who's presenting here. You should take one as proof to people you know and love that you actually did something in college. So those are there for the taking. I think that's all I needed to say. So we might as well get started because we have a jam-packed night here tonight. So I'm going to introduce the first speaker, Shay Paddie, who's a biology major. Shay has been working for a while now at a veterinary hospital in Virginia, which is why she is going to be presenting to us via Zoom. This will be an only Zoom presentation, so Shay, you're going to be the best and the worst. So we might have to make sure we've got her volume up and everything when she starts her talk here, but she's going to talk to you tonight about the work that she's been doing at this vet hospital. Shay is planning on hopefully applying for vet school here at some point. So, all right, Shay, it's all you.
Alrighty. Can y'all hear me good?
Yeah, I think that works.
Awesome, perfect. So I'm going to be talking today about my internship that I did at the Bonner Animal Hospital, where I worked as a veterinary assistant. And I'm going to do my presentation in two parts. The first part kind of going through the day and talking about what I did throughout a normal day during the week. And the second part talking about what I learned at this hospital. So my day would start around 9 a.m., where I would be doing observation of surgeries. Our hospital would do routine surgeries such as spays and neuters, and we would also do more complicated surgeries such as splenectomies, exploratory surgeries, and knee repair surgeries. We would have between 3 to 5 different surgeries in a day, depending on which doctor was doing the surgery and what types of surgeries we were doing. So on the left here, you can see our pre-op table, and on the right, you can see our surgery room. I would go into the clinic at 9 a.m. and look at our surgery board, see what our schedule was going to look like, and then go to the head veterinary technician for the day and help give preoperative medications to the pets. And this would take about 30 minutes. This medication helped with sedating the animal, making them calmer and easier to handle, as well as making sure their heart rate would stay stable and relieving some of the pain when they woke up. During that 30-minute period, we were able to do exams, make sure they were still healthy enough to proceed with the surgery. Then we would put the pets on the pre-op table and begin placing catheters and shaving their incision sites. For both of these pictures, you can see us shaving the arms and then placing catheters. So there are many different shaving techniques and ways you can shave around the incision sites. It really just depends on how the doctor will be performing the surgery and which surgery is taking place. Then after the incision site is shaved for preventing contamination, we would do sterile scrubs, and this would be from a 70% isopropanol alcohol scrub and a chlorhexidine scrub, both done 3 times to completely ensure that the incision site was clean and sterile. Then we would put the pets in the surgery room. We would carry them from this table to the surgery room, intubate them, and get them fully knocked out for the surgery to begin. The routine surgeries would take anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour, while the more complicated surgeries would take anywhere from an hour to 3 hours. And I learned that the longest, most tedious part of these surgeries is actually closing, when they're finished doing all the complicated stuff that they went in to do, and they're trying to close and make it look pretty and presentable to the owners. By 3 p.m., we would be done with the surgeries, and this is what the pets would look like when they're waking up. They still have their catheters, but they're pretty knocked out. By then, they would be in their runs, and we would be monitoring them as they're waking up. But at 3 o'clock, we'd be done with the surgeries, and I would begin my appointment phase of the day. I'd be assigned one of 2 jobs. The first of which would be called a following position, where I would be assigned to a specific doctor and follow that doctor for the entirety of the day while they go through their appointments. And I would have a lot of responsibilities when following the doctors. The first of which would be preparing examination rooms for the actual appointment. So this would be drawing up medications, looking through histories, and seeing what exactly we were doing with that animal for that appointment. Then I would load the pet into the room with the client and get a subjective assessment as to why they were there to see the doctor for that day. Next, I would restrain the animal during the appointment to ensure that the owner, the pet, and the doctor were all safe and no one would get hurt. Finally, I would put in charges and update the charts as to what we did that day and prepare any medications to go home for the pet. The other position that I would be doing would be called a floating position. And this is more of the support staff role, where I'd be helping the followers for that day keep up with their appointments and keep up with the doctors. I would also make sure that the rooms were clean, and I would prepare samples to be looked at for the techs. For example, the doctor could get ear swabs or ear cytologies from the appointments. They would give those to me, and I would prepare slides for the technicians to read those slides. The appointments would end somewhere around 6 p.m., and that's when we'd begin cleaning the clinic and making sure that it was prepared and ready for the next day. Each person would be assigned a specific job to focus on for that evening. For example, on Wednesdays, I had to take out the trash for the entire clinic, and on Thursdays, I had to mop the entire clinic. So there are many things that I learned from this, the first of which being I learned what the responsibilities for each individual in the clinic was. Like, I learned that the assistants do most of the dirty work that other people don't want to do. The technicians do all of the lab work and actually read the lab results and get all the labs prepared. And then the doctors, their roles were mostly doing diagnostics, creating treatment plans, and then actually deciding and discussing the treatment plans with the owners. I also learned many skills that I can carry on to a veterinary professional field, such as drawing blood for heartworm tests, doing toenail trims, restraining animals, preparing different samples to be sent out for examinations, and doing anal gland expressions. But most importantly, I learned how important the human-to-human interactions are in a veterinary field. When I first decided I wanted to be a vet, it was because I didn't really like talking with people, and I love animals and science and anatomy, and so being a vet was perfect for that. But actually working in a vet clinic, I learned that one of the biggest aspects of the veterinary field is the doctor talking to the clients, because the clients are the only advocates for the pet. The clients are the ones that know what is causing the pet pain, what the pet's normal is, and when they're acting different. And I also learned that I really, really, really enjoy talking to people and teaching them how to care for their pets correctly and discussing their pets. There's a certain relationship that you form when you become a part of the pet's health provider team, where you learn things about people's intimate lives, and you still have to take into account the human's personal life and how it's affecting the animals. And I wouldn't have realized how much I love that aspect of the job if I hadn't worked in this veterinary hospital. I will now open the floor to any questions that anybody has regarding my experiences.
If you have any questions, I'll bring the mic to you, because that's how she hears us. There we go. There comes one, Shaylin.
Okay.
Did you assist or like see any surgeries? You probably said
Oh,
that
yeah.
you did. Okay.
Yeah, so from like 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., I would be in the operating room watching surgeries. The coolest one that I've seen so far was a splenectomy, where they removed the spleen, and the spleen was like completely abnormal colored, and they ended up doing a lot of biopsies, taking something from the liver and the small intestine and a lymph node, which was really cool to see not only how much you can remove from an animal, but like how it looks different inside the body versus like a cadaver, if that makes sense.
Other questions for Shaylin?
Sure, I got
Oh, we got another one for you. Fire away.
Okay, what's the craziest thing you saw there?
The craziest thing was probably an emergency that was brought to the clinic. We sometimes see chickens and pigs, and so someone brought in a hawk once that was hit by a car, and it was really interesting because we didn't really know exactly what to do with it, but it was a really beautiful hawk. And we ended up, I think, putting a splint on its wing because its wing was broken, and then sending it to a rehabilitation center. But that was really interesting because it was just something that we didn't normally see.
That is a small animal.
Yeah, technically a small animal.
Any other questions for Shaylin? Is it warm in Virginia?
It is. It's about 85 to 90 now.
Okay.
It's nice.
So you didn't get 6 inches of snow yesterday then?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay. Oh,
thankfully.
I'm glad to hear that's true somewhere.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Shaylin. We appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, so next will be Megan Francis, and she's talking about the lateral channel migration of beaver-dominated streams in Odell Creek, Montana.
Who are you?
Oh, hi everyone, I'm Kylie Pittman. I'm the president of Biology Club. Yeah, sorry.
So hello everyone, my name is Megan Francois. I am currently presenting on research that I conducted last year in partnership with Montana State. And it is about lateral migration change on rivers, particularly headwaters of Montana. And I decided to look about how beaver may or may not affect said migration. So to begin with, what is channel migration, for those who don't know? So it's pretty much the process of how a stream moves back and forth on its floodplain. It'll create new floodplains, create abandoned floodplains, and all that kind of stuff. So this usually happens through a series of cut banks and point bar deposition, which eventually changes the geometry of the stream. Typically, people usually see this process as kind of a nuisance, since it can cause quite a bit of damage to houses and other infrastructures. You don't really want a river changing. You kind of like it sitting where it is. It can also cause a lot of destruction to ranchers. They particularly despise channel migration. They generally put in riprap into these streams to prevent the stream erosion. Let's see. However, on an ecological standpoint, channel migration is actually incredibly important. It creates a very diverse ecosystem for many of the plants and animals that require it to live. It creates the new floodplains, the old floodplains, and can create new point bars for special plants like willows and cottonwoods that need a very fine sandy sediment to grow. They can also create oxbow lakes, which is viable conditions for different types of fish, wildfowl, and a ton of amphibians.
Just keep going.
Okay, sorry. Hello, can you hear me now? So why did I want to look at beaver for this? So to begin with, beaver are well known as ecosystem engineers that shape rivers and tend to elevate river bottoms all across North America. So they're important for supporting new growth of willows and other riparian vegetation. They also create really important habitat for fish and amphibians since they create the little lakes and can create side channels and side streams. Seeing as they impact all these other ecological systems, I figured, hey, why not stream migration since they seem to be pretty important, and especially with their dams, and eventually those dams breach, which can cause small flood events. Which can release trapped sediment behind the dams, which then gets deposited downstream, and they can also incise and cut away banks further. So to begin with, how I wanted to go about this, since during the time of year I did this in March, and many of the streams were kind of not really able for me to get to. So I decided to do this entirely on GIS. So I had to first find an appropriate stream, which had a healthy population of beaver, and something that had really clear imagery that I could find said beaver dams on. I would use GIS to eventually settle on Odell Creek in the Centennial Valley. And Odell is a meandering stream found in the Red Rocks Lake Wildlife Refuge. It has a river pool morphology, which is very beneficial for beavers, and is on a very gentle sloping alluvial fan, which is all very prime habitat for beaver and willows. To make sure that there was ample time for me to actually see the migration, I chose the years 1995, 2009, and 2017 to look at, and I want to compare 1995 and 2017 to 2009 imagery. So I chose the 2009 imagery to find the beaver dams, and I want to make sure there was no dams in 1995 or in 2017, so I can have a pre-dam and post-dam era. Let's see. Since I can actually go to the Centennial and walk it, I had something called the BRAT model, which was developed by Utah State, which calculated viable beaver habitat based on data going along with slope, vegetation, discharge, and a bunch of other kind of variables. And to calculate the migration, I used a tool by the Washington State of Ecology called Channel Migration Toolbox, which very basic name. And for me to actually use that, I had to go in and manually digitize every single stream bottom for every reach that I tried to do, which each reach was about 400 meters long. So these are some of my results. So this is the results of one of my dammed reaches. So this is, let's see. So the picture on the left here, so this one right here, is post-dam. So that is 2009 to 2017. And then the right one here shows pre-dam, so 1995 to 2009. So just looking at the two, you can already kind of see the differences. You can tell that 2017 had quite a bit more erosion than 2009. And it also ended up creating an oxbow lake over here, which is why this right here looks really weird, because the stream got cut off and created a new pathway. So created an oxbow lake between those years. This is one of my undammed reaches. You can already kind of tell that it looks quite different erosional wise. So this section is similar. So red being 2017, and then blue being 1995, excuse me. It had a similar pattern as the last one, as 2017 had more erosion than the 1995 to 2009. But overall, you can just kind of tell that it has less erosion. Oh, and I forgot to mention my numbers. For this one, I had actually got specific numbering for the rate of migration. So between 1995 and 2009, there was a rate of 1.08 meters per year. And in 2009 and 2017, it saw a 3.13 meters per year change. Similarly for this one, in 1995 to 2009, it had an erosional rate of 0.4 meters per year. And 2009 and 2017 had a 1.9 meters per year. So just comparing those numbers, you can see that the undammed and dammed reaches actually have quite a bit of difference. And the undammed stretches having, or the dammed stretches having more erosion than the undammed. So to compare the two together, this one's showing two more reaches that I had. So the top being the dammed, and then this one's being the undammed reach. Again, visually, there's quite a big difference between the two of them. The dammed one showing a higher rate of erosion. And for the top specifically, there was actually a number of dams along it. So instead of usually, most of these just had one dam along the 400 meters, but this one actually saw quite multiple of them. So the dam reached here experienced a 0.3 meters per year dam or erosional rate pre-dam, and then a 1.5 meter per year post-dam. And for the undammed reach, there was a 1.1 meter per year change in the 1995, and a 1.3 meter per year change in the post-dam. So in this case, I'm using pre-dam, post-dam just to compare the two timelines. It's very tiring saying time periods. So I'm just saying, instead of saying the time reaches multiple times. So I didn't have a whole lot of time for this, but I did a basic statistical analysis on everything. So I decided to conduct a two-sample Wilcoxon rank sum test on both of the dammed reaches and undammed reaches. Although for these purposes, I don't have the undammed reach Wilcoxon test because some of my data got corrupted and I lost it. But for the dammed reach, I compared pre-dam and post-dam migration and found that there was a mean across all of them of about 0.62 meters per year, and pre-dam post-dam, saw 1.83 meters per year. So what does this all mean in the end? So my results show there's a certain correlation between beaver and river migration on Odell Creek. The average migration rate for undammed reaches between 1995 and 2003 was 0.33 meters per year, and between 2009 and 2017 was 0.89. That's just a basic average calculation, just since, it'd be nice to have some numbers there. It might be the case that the enhanced migration rates are caused by beavers because they tend to make streams a lot more messy and less uniform, while enhancing channel migration through pooling waters, which deposit sediment, and then when they get washed out, obviously move it downstream and can change everything. Dam breaches also contribute to migration through releasing trapped water and sediment from behind structures, which then obviously erodes the banks. And that is my talk. Is there any questions?
You don't have to.
Oh, yeah, great. That makes sense. If you were to continue the study into the future, what would be your approach moving forward?
Yeah, so this is actually continuous work based on quite a few series of years of other students' work doing kind of similar things. I think it would be nice because Odell Creek is very limited on terms of beaver dams and just what I can find. If I could even go out in person and try to find more dams, that would be great. But also just comparing more types of dam or more rivers, because every river is kind of different from one another. And I know the person's research, Megan Carmichaels, who I based my research on, she actually found very different results than I did, and she did her research on Blacktail Deer Creek, which has a lot more. It's not as sediment based. It has a lot more bigger rocks and is very awkward. Yes.
Did you find your results surprising?
Yeah, I actually kind of did, especially comparing my work to Megan Carmichael's. I wasn't really expecting there to be that much of a change. I was like, yeah, maybe close to the dams, it'd be a little bit of change. But seeing that there was such a change all along that stretch of river was really surprising to me. Yes.
Would you say that because of what the Beavers are doing is for good or bad for the environment or the area it's in?
I mean, for this especially, it's very good. There's also a bunch of other research on beaver. I can't remember their names specifically now, but there's been a bunch of research on how beaver actually help remove incised channels, so they help raise rivers back up so they can rematch with their floodplains, and also creating such important habitat for fish and amphibians, waterfowl, and all sorts of things like that. So yeah, I think beaver are incredibly important in this case.
Do you know how long these dams lasted for? Like, you only had imagery for 1 year, if I understand that correctly? So, like, do they persist for many years after, or are they an annual source?
Yeah, I mean, I looked at Google Earth for as much as I could. It was kind of limited, so they were usually there for a few years at least. So, they had good time to actually change and develop sediment behind them. Yes.
Follow up to that, I guess when a dam gets burst or whatever, does it send a pulse of sediments down the river?
Yeah, it tends to. Usually, especially when I can see very clearly 2009 to 2017, you can actually see a little bit ways down the river where there wasn't a point bar. A new point bar after the dam got blown out was deposited there.
So a lot of those point bars are actually like maybe developing quite quickly after a dam collapse rather than like slowly over time.
Yeah, at least the ones very close to the beaver dams, I tend to notice have a similar pattern to that. Yes.
So when you get a surge of sediment downstream from, say, a beaver dam, breach, or some disturbance upstream, how does that affect that stream bank vegetation and the erosion guard further downstream? When you get a buildup, does that negatively affect it and increase erosion, or what may happen in the long run?
So I don't necessarily know the answer to that, but with how that works, so you always get new cut banks, which will cause more of a big erosional. But with cut banks, it has to move sediment somewhere else. So where you get a cut bank, you also end up getting a new point bar just a little bit down. So where you lose some floodplain, you gain a new one on the other side, which is very important for willows because they need that fresh, open, and especially cottonwoods, they need that fresh, open, clear, sandy sediment to actually take root and bloom and all of that.
All right, thank you, Megan.
I don't get to introduce myself this time because now everyone knows who I am. Next will be Kenslee Jory, and she's looking at the murky morality of the Berkley pit. A look at mining history in Butte.
Hello, I'm Kenslee Jory, and I'm going to be telling you about the murky morality of the Berkley pit in Butte, Montana. So, who here has heard or seen the Berkley pit? Excellent, that's what I like to hear. Well, I'm going to hopefully tell you some stuff you don't know quite yet. But I have some extra detail that maybe you don't have committed to memory like I do. So 1.5 billion tons of material was excavated from the Berkley pit in the 27 years that it was a working mine. It's 7,000 by 5,600 feet, and it's 1,600 feet deep. And everybody's favorite story about the pit is when in 1995, 342 of them died from contact with the water. The geese were collected from the Berkley pit and found a lot of nasty stuff in their guts. So, why would we do this? Why would you put a hole in the ground and then let it fill up with water? Any ideas?
Keep all the bad stuff down there.
Just keep it right there. Well, we have a spot for that already. It's called the Yankee Doodle Tailings. Yeah, but no, this was a mine. So why would you mine like this? Well, you have to look back and understand how we used to do it before we started the pit. We used underground mining, which is a very fun process, as you can see here from them exploding. Oh, nope. They are covered in dust from drilling burr holes for dynamite. They would work in 12-hour shifts, wherein the last shift would blow up the dynamite, then they'd go down into the elevator and hard rock mine everything that had just been blown up. And then at the end of the 12-hour shift, after hours of coaxing donkeys back and forth with tobacco, they would set their own dynamite, blow it up, get to the surface before it went off, and then the next shift would go. And all while using candles for light in the bottom of this hole. There were about, like, the Belmont, their highest recorded temperature working in this was 103 degrees. So this does not sound very OSHA compliant, does it? It's part of the reason why OSHA is so popular in Butte now. So, because accidents happened. Like the June 8th, 1917 speculator mine disaster. 400 men were underground where poor Ernest Sullivan accidentally set a wire on fire that he was trying to locate. It was about 15 tons of wire at the bottom of the mine. And he was looking for it, and how it was coiled. It's a copper wire wrapped in cloth, covered in oil. And he only had an open flame to find something that was covered in black oil. And he accidentally set it on fire. And it went all up in flames. 168 men died that day. 150 of them from carbon monoxide poisoning. I would love to go into that more, but that's not what this talk is about. For more information, you can check out Fire and Brimstone, the North Butte mining disaster of 1917. I really recommend it. It's a great book. But it didn't just get people who worked for the mines. Here we have John Jack Hogan, who was an electrician for the mine. He went down, he was fixing the elevator, and someone didn't shut off the elevator quite right, and he was killed. He had 5 children at home and a 5-month-old. We also have Cecilia Sullivan. In 1907, she was standing with her mom at a bus stop on Harrison Avenue, where her mom let go of her hand for about 2 seconds, and Cecilia fell 150 feet into the bottom of a mine shaft and was recovered 3 hours later and died from the shock. So, when things like this are happening all the time to the people around you, you might want to do something about that. And what's the best way to do something about that? Stop going underground. So, they fought for the opening of the Berkley pit. So, basically, a huge difference is you are no longer underground, which, like, you don't need candlelight to work by. You don't need, like, a bunch of timber that is treated with arsenic. You don't need to go down into the mine. If you want to get out, you just got to climb out. And you can use these big cat excavators in order to do way more work in a lot less time and get a lot of material moved quickly. So by the time that the Berkley pit opened in 1955, 2,300 men had died alone in the mine. And those were contracted miners. So the Berkley pit, it ran as an open mine from 1955 to 1982, which was 27 years, 6 fatalities the entire run. There was over 300 people employed as miners alone. There was a lot more mechanics, electricians, smelters, people who needed to run the office building of, like, where you held the shop and did all of your ore collection, not to mention the people taking it to Anaconda, which was now a thing, so it could be smelted. So one of these people that did the transition from underground to above ground mining was my own grandfather, and he became a mechanic for these guys. So they hold a special part of my life. And I know what you're saying. It's still a hole in the ground filled with toxic waste. It's not that great. I don't care what the history is. This is ridiculous. Well, most of the things that the EPA is worried about right now, which is like lead, arsenic poisoning, sinkholes, that's not from the Berkley pit. That's from the underground mining. There are 10,000 miles of tunnels underneath Butte, and we don't have half of them mapped. So, and every spring, a whole new field of them just pops up. So you have to call Tom Malloy. It's great. So the Berkley pit, for the most part, is managed. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. But it does have a water management pump. It's helping cover the Yankee Doodle tailings pond, which you do not want to dry up even a little bit. It is held by ARCO, so if anything happens, they're liable, which is a lot more than you can say because nobody's responsible for the underground mines anymore. So we still feel the effects of the underground mine today. And the main reason that I make this point is the Berkley pit saved hundreds, maybe even thousands of lives by being created. And it may be the blemish of Montana now, but it was the shining star of Butte for a very long time. Any questions? Yes?
So compared to underground mining and the Berkley pit, would you say that the Berkley pit got more copper, or would you say underground mining?
I would say the Berkley pit, actually, because the sheer amount, well, they found a very good vein by the East Ridge, which is where the Berkley pit is. They found a good vein, and that's why they decided to do the Berkley pit right there. And the amount of sheer material you could move, especially if you're considering the time difference between like from 1860 to 1955 to 1955 to 1982, you know, like there was like way more was gotten out of the pit in 27 years comparatively, you know? Yes?
Am I right in remembering that they need to pump that water out of the pit in order to maintain the water level?
Yes, so they do that.
So I have two questions. Where does that water go? And two, if those pumps aren't working, what happens?
So, first question, the water, it is being treated with limestone in some cases, otherwise it's fully filtered, and we're putting it back into the Clark Fork, which is, you know, but most of it, if they don't want to filter it like that, they spray it over the Yankee Doodle tailings to keep the tailings wet so it doesn't dry up and then drift over Butte like it did one year. And then question 2 was...
What happens if the pumps break?
Oh, well, we didn't have pumps for like a really long time. Like they just started in 2019, so you can get a few days without enough.
Would the water spill out of the pit?
It was supposed to in 2022, and it didn't. But I think if something happens to the pumps, we have bigger problems if nobody can get out and fix them in time, you know? So, yes.
Yeah.
David, sure. And then.
Okay. What is the, do you know the numbers for the expected impact area if the Berkley pit were to spill?
The Yankee Doodle tailings spilling is kind of more my thing, which is also not great.
Both are bad, yeah.
Yeah, the Berkley pit, I don't know the numbers for that. I've only seen like kind of vague estimates that I don't feel confident like telling you with like, yes.
Fair enough.
You know? But yeah, it's just don't be in Butte that day. And then.
Back in the day when they were actually mining, they did have to pump water out that was coming in continuously to keep the pit dry while they were working there, right?
Yes.
In retrospect, do you think it would be in the long run, you know, centuries ahead of from now, have it better to just keep pumping that dry and not letting it fill, or are we in a big worse problem because we have a very toxic pit that will require water treatment forever, essentially, and that's going to be a longer term problem for you.
I honestly, the water in the pit is doing something very important, and it is stabilizing the walls so it doesn't have a huge impact when there's like activity or movement, because it is connected to the East Ridge, which is an active fault line. So it's stabilizing the wall, and on top of that, the dust that would be created, it would be the pit water, but airborne. So all of the stuff that's in the pit actively, that could, if it dries up, it gets turned into dust, and then everybody's breathing it. So it's probably better that it just is water and we just keep it at a nice level rather than emptying it, because that's why we haven't yet. Because you don't have anywhere to put it before 2019, but yeah. So yeah.
I got one more. So the water in the pit, I'm not very familiar with you, so if I'm completely wrong, tell me.
That's what I'm here for.
But is there an aquifer under Butte? And is the water in the pit poisoning that aquifer?
So we do have an aquifer. It's already been poisoned from the underground mining. They shut off the pump. We get our water from Big Hole, and that's why it's so good. Yeah, so the aquifer is already kind of...
It's already gone.
Yeah, pretty much. I did a whole map about it, and it was like basic acidic, and then like, we haven't gotten to there yet, like, you know. So the pit's that's not really what we need to be most concerned about. So, yeah.
Right, thanks, Kenslee.
All right, next is going to be Ross Reed, and he's telling us about the resistance of desperation.
Can everybody hear me well? Yeah. So what my talk is about is, first of all, good morning, good afternoon. Thank you guys for all coming. And this is looking at resistance movements in Poland from the occupation period from 1939 to 1943, 42. So, okay, cool. My thesis basically consists of there was no unified resistance movements towards either the Nazis and or the Soviets. There were about three or four major different factions that either resisted or were connected with the Nazis or Soviets in some fashion. Although that they may have had the same goal of a liberation of Poland, they did not get along simply because hundreds of decades of already despising each other and having religious problems and ethnic problems and political problems against each other, they just outright refused to help each other. So with that, we've got a map of Poland and how it was invaded. So first you had the Germany invading in September 1st of 1939, and then 17 days later you had the Soviet Union invading. In a lot of ways, we view this invasion as inevitable and the occupation as inevitable because the Germans brought a type of warfare that no one had expected or understood until this point. Before we talk about the actual invasion, we have to talk about rhetoric and how people spoke about Poland before the Second World War, and specifically the Soviets and the Germans. Both agreed that a Polish a Polish country itself is not okay, because for hundreds of years, both countries had occupied Poland. They all had pieces of Poland. They had Krakow or Warsaw, and they both became allies, not out of liking each other, but just this person despises my enemy, and this is just going to make it easy for us. And right here, this is showing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which is the eventual okay green light that allowed the Soviets and the Germans to invade Poland. They both viewed it as illegitimate. However, they had different reasons for believing that it was illegitimate. So the reason why Germany believed that a Polish nation itself was illegitimate and could not stand was because it was a Slavic nation, the ethnic group that was made up Poland, Czechoslovakia, Russia, and Serbia, that they themselves should not have their own country. They should not exist. They are subhuman. In a lot of ways, the Germans compared the Slavic people to the African Americans of Europe, because just as long as African Americans had been slaves, the Slavic people were slaves just as long, if not longer, and viewed just as despised. The Soviet Union was afraid of a German, Japan, and Poland two-front war in which they would envelop the Soviet Union. And along with that, they also feared Poland for having spies throughout Western Russia, and fearing that they would incite a rebellion in Ukraine, because in Ukraine there was a lot of ethnic Poles who lived there. And so with that, continued to this. And so both nations in the interwar period from 1919 to 1939 pursued a political alliance with Poland to take out the other. Germany constantly contacted Poland, Russia constantly contacted Poland, and Poland was stuck in the middle, and they came to the agreement that they were not going to, amongst themselves, they were not going to become a puppet of either nation, because this alliance that both countries were proposing was not a equal alliance. It was, you're going to be our puppet state, you're going to follow what we say, and you're going to become fascist and or socialists. So with that, Poland proceeded to talk to England and France for becoming their alliance and having their protections. And then by 1939, October of 1939, by October and August, they decided that they were not going to have an actual alliance fulfilled with Poland. So Germany, after being declined again, went towards Russia, specifically Stalin, and said, "Do you guys want an alliance?" And they were surprised on how quickly the Russians said yes. Instantly, the Russians said, "We're going to join our alliance." That was signed by August, and by September 1st, they invaded. The Germans did. And then by the 17th, the Soviets invaded. Right here is a picture of, I believe, Molotov, and he's meeting high German ranking officers, and you can kind of tell right here that that's an SS officer. I don't know all their names, but importantly, that's Molotov. So once the invasion happened, it begs the question, how was the average everyday citizen affected. They were stuck in the middle between those who were resistors and those who joined the Nazis, or at least were compliant with their rules. In a lot of ways, you think that an insurgency is going to help common day citizens. However, that's the exact opposite, as they need the occupiers to be oppressors, so that way they react against the civilian population negatively, making it so that way the civilian population decides that we need to resist, otherwise our lives will stay the same. And when we think about resistance, we always think about armed resistance. However, that is not the main resistance that a lot of people would do in Warsaw, like cities like Warsaw or Krakow, as just not complying with how the Nazis wanted things to run is just a basic form of resistance that a lot of people did. When the Nazis originally conquered Poland, they banned any books that had the Polish language, any language used in an official capacity, so in governance was banned, and then anything promoting an ethnic Polish unity was banned as well. Well, in cities like Krakow and Warsaw, there were a major black market of people exchanging ethnic Polish stories, books, and because all they could do was sit home and read, and this itself was a form of resistance, a very important form of resistance, because a lot of these people were embracing their Polish heritage that the Nazis wanted eradicated. And then here is the dynamics. So you had the Home Army, or AK Army, which was the official army of the exiled governments of Poland that lived in London. They took orders from them. Their job was not necessarily to liberate Poland, but once it had this odd, like once the Germans pulled out and the Russians were approaching, they were to establish order and governance, so that way when the Russians showed up, they couldn't just say, "You're going to do this." They were a very heavily armed group of men and women who were able to, their plan was to make sure that the Soviets couldn't just tell them what to do, and they had a government that they had to negotiate. There was Jewish fighters that constantly had to fight against the Nazis, the AK Army, and other forces, simply due to the fact that even though that the AK fighters were not Nazis, they still were heavily anti-Semitic. They also had, by then there was a stereotype of Jewish people being communists, as communism really reflected urban areas, and a lot of Jewish people lived in urban areas, so they were usually more common as communists. And they typically joined the communists within their ranks, and then importantly, just existence itself was a form of resistance for Jewish fighters. And then that right there is the Polish AK flag. Communists, and then there are Nazis collaborators who they willingly or forcibly had to help the Nazis. Communists distrusted the AK Army. They viewed them as nationalistic, and anything that was religious, they also distrusted. The AK Army were outright hostile towards the communists, and they viewed the Jews with either pity or distrust and disdain. And then at points, the Jews could have joined the AK Army, but not in droves, and comparatively, they joined the communists much more. By 1934, the Jews realized that this was not just some regular roundup, this was a truly extermination. So they decided that they were going to die fighting instead of dying like a sheep. And then the Warsaw Uprising was the final death knell for the AK army as they tried to retake Nazi occupiers. And then here is a photo of Jewish citizens after the ghetto uprising. The uprising started in 1943 in April. However, before that they had already exchanged violence. By 1943 in April, they were able to get the Nazis out of the ghetto itself, and then that led Himmler to say, because Warsaw will never quiet down, these criminal deeds will be stamped out, to which they attacked the urbanized city with flamethrowers as people burned to death in their basements. And by May 16th, the uprising is considered over. By 1944, the Warsaw Uprising happened, which was the AK army trying to retake Poland itself and establish the government before the Soviets came in. However, this failed. As the Soviets were approaching Warsaw, they stopped, and a lot of people aren't sure whether or not that was the Soviets making sure that the AK army didn't succeed, or it was they're trying to replenish their men. But needless to say, after months of fighting, after a month of fighting, the AK army failed. And that is considered the beginning of the Cold War. And then by the 1945 in the Yalta Conference, Stalin said, simply put, Poland will become a satellite state of the USSR, and there's nothing else will happen. And this is our land now. And to try and show unity, the other leaders complied with him. Any questions? Dr. Warner?
Yeah, so in 1939, lots of people in Poland would have been alive during the partition era. Before the end of the First World War. You're talking about the kind of those small R resistance of like exchanging books and things. I mean, are they just basically picking up where they left off prior to when school children had learned Russian during the partition era, or is there some continuity there? In other words, from the partition era to the World War II era resistance movement?
I would say so, just because it was very much closed off, and during the 20 years where Poland was liberated, there was an increased amount of just books being published in Polish, and you had places like the Warsaw Library, where the librarians themselves, as the city was being bombed, like running around and saving books and making sure that history remained. And so I would say definitely that is just a continuation of that. Any other questions?
All right, thank you, Ross.
All right, next is going to be Finn McConnaghy. He's looking at the treatment of non-Germanic prisoners of war by Nazi Germany in World War II. Sorry.
I'm sorry, guys, about that.
On email.
While we're waiting, I just want to give a big thank you to Dr. Morrow and then also Dr. Wood for putting this together.
Yeah, well, we're reloading this file. Thank you very much to all the presenters for contributing to this event and all your hard work that you put into it. So we really appreciate you doing that and using this forum to present your work. It's nice to see a diversity of types of subjects as well as types of experiences in the symposium. So thank you. You want to dance? Hadassah's going to dance now for us.
No.
Oh, no, she's not.
Hello, everybody. I'm so sorry about that. I guess I didn't let download before I exited out of the web browser. So my name is Finnian McConnaghy, and today we're going to be talking about the treatment of non-German prisoners. That includes, as Ross said already, a lot of Slavs. So I want to say this. I'm talking about prisoners of war. It's kind of the forgotten genocide. I'm not saying that like the Holocaust is not important. It is really important. I'm just saying it's kind of forgotten because the Jews are the only group in the Holocaust that had more people die than prisoners of war, military personnel that were captured by the Nazis and then left to die in prisoner of war camps. Millions of Eastern Europeans, mostly Slavic, there are some from Siberia as well in here, were killed. About half of the POWs died from Eastern. That is compared to 5%. 5% of Western Britain, Americans, French POWs that were captured by the Nazis. So to kind of go over this, I wanted to talk about the Geneva Convention. The Geneva Convention is an international convention that encompassed a lot of states that, among other things, was defined how you treat your POWs. Because it's a big legal document, and I just came out of the legal class. I really don't want to go down every single thing. It pretty much talks about that POWs should be cared for in a humane way. They should not be, they should be treated with respect. They should not be like discriminated upon just because they serve another nation. They should be doing safe work. They should not be down in the mines blasting and nobody cares down there for 24 hours. And they should not be harmed unless they are trying to do something like escape or something. There's a little bit there because they're supposed to relinquish themselves to your nation, but they're also supposed to, but you're not supposed to harm them in any way and not put them in any danger in that regard. So I want to talk a little bit about the Germans in Poland. Ross spent a lot of time with the Germans in Poland, so I won't spend a lot of time. It's a side into German policy in the East. Poland was not a real state. I agree with everything Ross said. I just want to include that since Poland was not a real state, they did not fall under the Geneva Convention rules that Germany had to follow. And these are some atrocities that we learned about. They destroyed marked hospitals, Red Cross hospitals. There are 2 cases that we read about. One is a line of German tanks came up and shot a barn that was marked with the Red Cross, just sent tank shells into it. And then there's another case where the Germans locked the barn up and burnt it with POWs or with people that needed medical help inside. And when they broke out, they lit them, they destroyed them with machine guns. There's another point where the Germans were fighting another regiment, and they brought in a Polish regiment and sent them before them. And the Polish regiment that they were fighting were not willing to attack and kill their fellow comrades. So they used POWs as a human shield and killed them in that way. And then afterwards, they killed the POWs that they used as a human shield too. And they herded them like cattle. They were left in corrals. They were put in like these huge things, these tiny spaces with huge amounts of numbers. I wanted to kind of touch on the Soviets in Poland because they both invaded. The Soviets came in to protect the Polish lands because the Polish state could no longer do that as they weren't a factional state anymore. Some key differences here is Poland, Soviet wanted to simulate with Poland. They took off high Polish officials, the intellectual of Poland, and killed them in their own separate way, while the Nazis just wanted to force them out. A good example from what we all have learned in our schools is the way we treated the Native Americans in our land, is we put them on reservations. They wanted to do this, the Germans wanted to do the same with the Polish, is they wanted to move them away and put them on a reservation, which never officially happened, but that was the end goal. So when the Germans declared war on the Soviets, their whole thing was Soviets was not a real nation either because they were Slavic, they were lesser people. And something I really want to point out is the Hunger Plan. The Hunger Plan was a plan to forcibly forcibly starve Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, all of Western Russia, and make room for German settlers to come in and colonize what they call the Black Earth region, which is very high in agricultural lands, very high, very good lands there. The Hunger Plan, in a sense, did not work because they didn't have great control over the civilian population. But guess who they had full control over? The POWs, the people that they captured. POWs were left to starve. Within the first year of war, first year of Operation Barbarossa, almost 4 million Soviet POWs were captured. Many were captured, over 1 million were captured in 2 battles, Kiev and Minsk. Kiev, almost 800,000 men were captured of Soviets. So there's a high influx of these Soviet POWs, and they were just left in open corrals, kind of like this one. You might ask yourself, there's this building right behind it that you can see all right. That was the guards' barracks. That's what that was. So they were left in the open in corrals, just like we would have cattle. when Germany finally discovered that, oh wait, all our men, our able-bodied men are in the military, and we need people to run our industry, early in 1942, only 1.1 million men of that 4 million were left to survive, and only 400,000 were left healthy enough to be able to actually work in the positions that they wanted to. The rest were just so malnourished that they were going to die anyway. The Soviet response. So I have to talk about German propaganda. As we've talked about, the Slavic peoples are lesser. They are slaves of the Germans. So in German propaganda, they were portrayed as, oh, they're lesser, we'll crush them. So what do you think would happen when suddenly the German people find out these lesser people are pushing us back? They are destroying our armies, our high-born German armies in the field. And just to talk about the Soviet treatment, the Soviet Union at first was like, we're going to uphold the Geneva Convention laws, even though they did not sign the Geneva Convention. They say they were going to uphold those laws until they figured out what the Germans were doing to their soldiers. And they were like, well, if the Germans are going to do this to our soldiers, we are going to do it to the German soldiers. Many were worked to death. There are accounts of German POWs working in the Soviet Union until 1952, 7 years after the end of the war in Europe. Only 1 million of the 3 million Germans that were captured were killed, so that's about 33% compared to the 57.2% that we saw on the German side. Many would surrender to the West as propaganda. They viewed the Americans and the British and the French to give them better lives, better treatment. They felt like they would not destroy their lives and would be nicer to them. So over 1 million surrendered in a month. In late April, 1 million men out of the 1.5 million, I believe, of the Allies captured in Normandy up to the fall of Berlin. Over 1 million were in that last month before Berlin fell. Any questions? Yes.
I'm just curious, for when the Geneva Conventions are violated, when there are crimes, who's charged in this situation?
So a lot of the times, it would fall to it's kind of hard because you can't put it on the soldiers themselves that violated them unless they just obeyed a direct order not to, or they did it themselves, but if they had orders, it kind of goes up the chain of command. So it's kind of hard sometimes because say the soldier did this and the soldier's like, well, I was following orders, and it just goes up. So a lot of times it would be probably the generals, but they weren't convicted under them as much because a lot of these generals committed suicide before the Allies got to them in Nuremberg. Any other questions? Why not?
Is there anything in the definition of genocide that would allow you to evaluate prisoners of war, like kind of formally along that definition, or are you kind of using that more metaphorically?
I'm using it more metaphorically because the definition of genocide is a people, like, is a more defined definition. Like the Jews, the Jewish Holocaust was a genocide because they went after Jews mainly. In that regard, I'm using it as like a metaphor because for one, they are fighting men, so a lot of people died that way. So they were kind of under the nation. So I'm using them as the nation and not as their ethnicities. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just curious, since the Soviets used prisoners of war to clear minefields.
Yeah.
So you could literally, there's plenty to go around.
Any other questions?
All right, thanks, Ben.
Presenting next is going to be Zachary Rees, presenting on interdisciplinary field experience as a seasonal fisheries technician for North Dakota Game and Fish.
Hello, everybody. My name is Zachary Rees, and like you said, I got a North Dakota seasonal fisheries technician. And in the beginning of May 2022, I was off to a place called Williston, North Dakota. And if you haven't heard of it, I'm not surprised, but for a little bit of reference, right here is Fort Peck, and then Miles City is over here. And Williston is right there, so it's just over the border. And we have the Missouri River and the Yellowstone as they meet right over the border. And they lead into one of the coolest lakes I've ever gotten to explore, and that's Lake Sakakawea. And upright, there's the Williston office, and in the back, there's this place called FEMAville, and that's where I lived for the entire summer. And it's a whole bunch of hurricane trailers that North Dakota got for free, so that was pretty cool, free living. And right here, this is my boss, Aaron Sleminski, and he's the Northwest fisheries biologist. And going into this whole thing, I already had some experience at the office because I had a field technician job the previous summer there. And I would always look at the fisheries crew and be so jealous on what they were doing. Going to look at fish is a lot cooler than going out to fix some 4-strand barbed wire. So. My first day of work is one day that I will not forget because I got to hold and tag a 14.8-pound walleye, which was just shy of the North Dakota state record. And this little yellow star is Partial Bay, and that's where they have been doing a tagging study for quite a couple of years now. So that was amazing. But our tagging study commenced 6 of us in a boat, and we were going to tag 300 walleyes, and we did that in 2 days. And here's some examples of a jaw tag, and it's nothing super crazy. It's just a flashy piece of metal with some numbers, and those numbers tell a story. But this is us actually putting in a jaw tag to a walleye. And when we're out here on this lake, it is insane to see the mass number of actual fish in this lake. Because when we're trapping for walleye, that's not the only thing we're going to be getting. We will be getting every type of fish that you can pretty much think of. So we would have to sort through those and find all the walleyes and tag them and record and just keep on cranking them out. It's definitely a numbers game. Oh God. My most important job for the entire summer was standard adult population, and that commenced of electrofishing, gill nets, and live traps. And these 3 things pretty much took up my entire summer. And in our entire region, we pretty much did these in every single lake except for electrofishing. And this is some pictures of us out electrofishing. We always do it at night, and we usually start off the entire season with electrofishing because of all these fish. They're going to start spawning, and they're going to be starting to look for that warmer water. So we go out at night with a boat and lights up the whole water. We have a generator charging a battery source that sends pulses of energy into the water. And that stuns the fish, and then we scoop them up, and we measure and weigh and record. And one of the coolest things about working with my boss, which is back there recording everything, is I got to do everything. he got to do. So I got to learn firsthand on what the boss gets to do. So I wasn't a grunt the entire season. So that was really awesome. And electrofishing was very interesting. And then I have a video. I play that. And this is a video of me setting out a live trap. And this is something that we do in every single lake. But I have a staked in wire mesh kind of wall. And the fish will be cruising along the shoreline. And then they kind of get funneled into this big cage that we have up here. And we let these soak overnight and then come back and do the same thing we do everywhere else. And it's measure and weigh fish and record. And yeah, exciting stuff. Gill nets is something else that we always did. And the biggest reason why we did this is so you get an understanding of every fish species in each body of water. And this one was hard for me to wrap my head around because of how many fish we actually killed doing this. Pretty much every fish dies but catfish. And this one was about 75 yards, I think. And when we go out on Lake Skakawea, those ones are about 250 yards. And we really fill up boats quick and get a lot of data. But nothing too crazy, just a wall of line that they swim in and get stuck. And it's not too fun getting them out, but you learn really quick. And that's how you make it in fisheries. And why standard adult population is important is when we get all of this data combined, you can really start to pinpoint certain lakes on their ups and downs. And when you see those, you kind of start piecing the puzzles together as to what fish species affects another fish species. Like there's certain fish that really do well together in certain lakes and they will be thriving, or you'll go to a lake that's like a mile down the street and there's like a couple pike and it's just infested with fingerling perch, and that's never really cool. Another cool thing I got to do is I got to help out with walleye study on aging walleye. And these up here are walleye otoliths. And the best way to explain it to somebody that has no clue is that this is the tree ring to a fish. So every ring you see up here is a growth year. So the one on the right is about 3 years old, and then the one on the left was about 11 to 12 years old. And you sure do get some weird looks when you're sitting in a kind of a weird dark room and you have baby oil and a candle and Play-Doh. The receptionist lady gave me the weirdest looks when I was back here doing this. But we would have all of our samples out there, and yeah, it took quite a while to go through all this, but we would write down and send it off to a biologist across the state, and then he would pretty much finalize all our work. And that's kind of the coolest thing I got to do with like actual data entries, sending it to somebody. And this is me taking out a walleye otolith, 2 different fish. And the fish on the right is a very big fish for that type of fish. It's a walleye. And that one was about, I think, 31 inches long, which is really nice when you're trying to get a walleye otolith out because they're big. When you get these tiny fish, sometimes it is the hardest thing to find. And when we do this, we had to get 5 fish of every single size, no matter what we got. So there was a lot of walleye out of this. So me taking it out. Yeah, and if you don't have a strong stomach, this is not the job for you. You don't like getting wet either. No, all these fish died. At the very end of the video over here, you can see that I cut them, pump their air bladders, and throw them back in the lake. And they sink to the bottom. And another cool thing I got to do is I got to assist with king salmon tagging at the Garrison National Dam Fishery. And right down here, this machine shoots a wire tag into a young juvenile salmon and shoots it right in their snout. And the only way to actually read any of that is with a microscope. And it's pretty much like the walleye tags. So those numbers tell everything you need to know about this fish. But what was crazy to me is we had 3 of these machines, and one was from Nebraska, and the other one was from South Dakota, and then North Dakota had one. It was just crazy to see how expensive those things that each state had to have their own. And up here you can see there's 6 of us out there, and it took us 3 days to tag 40,000 steelhead salmon. And up here, this is our 40,000 steelhead salmon. And you can see that they have little white dots on their adipose fin. And we did that to show the anglers or fishermen out there that this one has been in fact tagged and should be taken to a drop box so we could figure out the story of this fish and piece together all the puzzle pieces and figure it out. And I also got to work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services for about 2 weeks, and I got to assist in a pallid sturgeon study. And if you didn't know, they are an endangered species, and they reside in the Missouri River. And this is a great representative of a pallid sturgeon. And the most interesting thing about these guys is that when they're mature enough to actually reproduce, it's about 20 years. So we keep every single baby that we could find, and we trace that back to their parents so we could actually see which ones are actually having offspring. And same thing as every other one, you have to measure weight and report it. And this one is actually a shovel-nosed sturgeon, and that is too, but I thought it was neat because it's an alt tag. But the ways we would catch these guys is we'd have these giant nets that we would drag on the bottom of the river, and we'd have set transect lines where we would have to do 30 drop nets in one section. And that was a lot of work, but it was very rewarding to see how these animals were doing. And throughout this whole thing, I learned and took away that a sustainable future for this habitat is by far the most important thing to these people. It is really cool to be around like-minded individuals with a passion for the outdoors. So it really hit home to see how much people actually cared about the resources that we have. And without this job, I probably wouldn't have any of the exposure or experiences that I have now. And I'm extremely thankful for that. This was a really cool job. And the biggest takeaway I have from this, for actually making a career out of it, is it's all about who you know. And I learned that very quick, but I made a good name for myself. Got quite a few phone calls back for this year, but I don't want to live in North Dakota. So, anybody have any questions? Let's hear it.
Is there a reason that you still use the like research methods that kill the fish when you have research methods that you can like catch and release?
The only way we could do the live trapping, well, I would say the biggest reason why we are killing fish is because there's no way that they know of to get the fish that live in the deep parts of the water. Like there's no way. That's it. It took me a while to wrap my head around it. It kind of sucks that we have to kill all these fish, but as far as I know, it's the only way to get a true understanding of every species in each body of water.
You were tagging a lot of fish.
Tagged a lot of fish.
But what about the information? Were you involved at all with kind of the end side of that, with people?
No, not many seasonals are. I was more of an assistant for the biologist, but I'm pretty sure that's what they do in the wintertime. But no, I didn't get to do any of that cool stuff. I'm happy about that. But yes, sir.
Are walleye native to North Dakota?
Yes, they are. They're amazing, delicious. You should eat one.
So do the steelhead like migrate from like the Gulf of Mexico? Is that
No, those are all stalkers.
like
So
they can get out of the Missouri or whatever river?
no, they don't go that far. A little too much dam action for them probably, but yeah, it's a very controversial topic. A lot of North Dakota people don't believe in steelhead salmon because it's more like feeding all the other native fish. That's what it seems like. But that's what they've been doing for years, so it's going to keep on going.
I feel like they wouldn't even survive anyway.
They don't do very well. It's pretty much 1 year. They're gonzo. Oh, when we release them, like the picture I have up there, when they were all in the tank, that's the size they get released. So a lot of animals eat them.
So you mentioned the sort of abundance of fish in Lake Sakakawea, and I'm curious, like, how much of that would you say is supported by hatchery programs, and then how much of that would you say is of native species?
I would say the steelhead salmon is 100% stalker, and then everything else is. I guess I didn't really get to help out with that. When I was there, my main focus was just the steelhead, but they do release walleye throughout the entire state, or they relocate fish. So they'll take a whole bunch of fish from one pond and take them to like clear to the other side of the state to a struggling pond, and it's pretty interesting. But I don't really know that for that one. So.
All right, thank you, Zachary.
All right, so if you're following along with the program, we're actually going to swap two people around. So next is going to be Ellen Mills, whose presentation is on Watershed Internship, the data exploration of the aquatic invertebrates in the Beaverhead River and practical experience in the shellfish industry.
Sorry about that. So I did my internship on the data exploration of the aquatic macroinvertebrates that are in the Beaverhead River, as well as practical experience in the shellfish industry. So goals going into this, I knew initially that I wanted to find a focus or it's my certain niche that I really liked. So I became very fascinated with aquatic invertebrates while I took my first fisheries class with Dr. Michelle Anderson. This led me to gain knowledge, wanting to gain knowledge in multiple aquatic habitats because they're so unique and complex. It also drove me to want practical experience in watershed ecosystems, as well as gaining experience in manipulating data. And so I decided to choose specific topics. So I really liked the aquatic invertebrates' role in the ecosystem. It made me ask myself, how does the aquatic bugs affect us in our day-to-day lives? And my other interest was driven from the Pacific Northwest. My family is around that area, Puget Sound, so I wanted to research different commercial opportunities that could lead me into potentially a career. So this led me to the shellfish industry. So I started my internship at the Seattle Shellfish Company. It is on Harstein Island, right over there. It's up on the north end of the island. It was a very pretty drive. You can see the bridge right there. A lot of diverse ecosystem. So within the company, it was particularly a gooey duck hatchery. So this is there's on site. There's oyster operations that occupy throughout the year, so that it's gaining money throughout the year, so they can keep up the company, as well as the 7-year turnaround for the gooey ducks. And the gooey ducks are Pacific large saltwater clams that are considered a delicacy in other countries and certain parts of the Pacific Northwest. So the nursery has a combination of different staging rooms, and it's based on the gooey duck's age, and they are required intricate planning in order to feed these gooey ducks because they require a specific species of algae. These require a specific size, otherwise they are likely to starve to death. And so my sister actually worked within the algae department of this company, so I decided to focus my experience on that. So I have different lab-based practices, so they ran different bacteria tests. So you can see they're pulling samples here. So they pull from different algae reservoirs and cargo lines that they have within their property and greenhouses water. And they all got plated onto different auger plates. And they all were sterilized and put in the autoclave inside or on site. And this was due to maintain weekly water checks to make sure everything was working correctly. And then this first picture shows the normal transfers that the gooey ducks will go through. They start in a 1 liter class, they go to a 2 liter, and then we'll go into the bag system that I'll show later. And then this is the decontamination in the autoclave, and this is the pulling samples of the different reservoirs and the stuff we pulled from. And we also were able to look at the checking salinity through a salinity refractometer, and that's the picture through. Okay, so then we're just managing and operation practices that I got to see. So in this first picture and this other picture is the different sizes of tanks that they will hold the algae in, and then they will feed it through this PVC pipe system that they have, and that's the different staging rooms you will see. And then this picture will show the bag system. So they have approximately 100 bags in 2 different greenhouses. They also have the capacity to run them in this as well. So they have the bigger tanks and the smaller in the bag system. So they also did things like temperature checks in the control room of the algae, and they would do steaming, chlorification, and they would change water out if it was needed, and they also dropped bags if they were old or contaminated, and they would also inoculate bags to begin cultivation of the algae. So my overall experience in this gooey duck industry, I saw a lot of good, bad, and ugly. I gained practical experience in the field, and it also gave me an opportunity to be able to connect with the local economy. I also got to practice the art of networking, and it gave me the opportunity to look into the entry-level positions that I would be able to potentially get hired as. Right. This goes into my next part of my internship, where I focused on the macro invertebrate monitoring project. So I had my partners were the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, where I was working with them partially. And then we had a lot of our data come from the Beaverhead Watershed Committee. Then obviously we had a good Western with this. All right, so within this Beaverhead project, there are 5-step process that keeps this project being able to move forward and progress in the future. I was lucky enough to be a part of all of this throughout the last year and a half. So we obviously have to do project planning and then go into field sampling, and then we will take the samples off into a professional company to get analyzed, and then we can take the data that we have gotten and explore it, and then wrap around to a public presentation, hopefully to educate the locals and stakeholders in the future. So specifically in the sampling and analysis plan that was made by Zach Owen, Matt Yeager, and Holden Reiner, which were my helpers in this, they made the goals to understand the overall winter flow of macroinvertebrates in the Beaverhead and also investigate the sediment events of the Clark Canyon Creek and see how that affects the macroinvertebrate population. So within my fisheries class, I was able to collect the watershed samples of the 2003 in spring. And within this project, I had originally started subsampling that data that we had collected in the jars. But due to the size of the species richness, there was just, the density was too much. So we decided to send it off to professional entomologists out in Marathon. And it was a company out of Missoula. So I assisted in organizing these samples and getting them sent out. And this also helped me broaden my identification skills further than just the Beaverhead program. All right, so the locations that we conducted data was from, so we had 2 samples. It was the 2021 Beaverhead sample, which was from 4 different sites. We had Highbridge 1 and 2 and Poindexter 1 and 2. And then I took the 2015 Montana DEQ sample set from April and December. And I had 3 different sites being at the Henneberry, Grasshopper Creek, and up here at Upstream Creek. So this is just an introduction. I know probably you don't all know scientific names of invertebrates. So we have the Diptera, which is like true flies. That's a black fly up there. And then Plecoptera, which is a stonefly. And Ephemeroptera is the mayflies, with the Coptera being the beetles, and then Trichoptera being caddisflies. And when I refer to EPT, it is a combination of Ephemeroptera, Plecoptera, and Trichoptera. All right. So within the data that I took from the combination of the 2, the Ephemeroptera had 5 different species with 5 different families, which I found to be very interesting, as well as the Ephemeroptera had 2 different species and 1 family. The Trichoptera showed the 10 different species and 8 families, and the Diptera had 28 species, which is clearly a very large difference, and then 8 families, and then finally with the Plecoptera, they had 4 families and 1 family. So specifically on this graph, you're only seeing the species, but I thought the families were very interesting as well. All right, so these are some interesting finds that I found within the taxonomic data. In the first picture, it is a fruit fingernail clam, which is not typically seen. And then we saw the Facilla snail, which is likely to be native. We also found the New Zealand mud snail, which is quite invasive. And we also were able to find an order from Leucomorphia. It's a mysterious snail that potentially has not been reported yet to Montana, so we're definitely have to look into that in the future. And then I actually collected these myself taking a stats class. Actually, this is pillbug, and then the scuds are down here, which was really interesting to see for myself. Okay. Looking at the metrics, a lot of the 4 sites were almost identical. The High Ridge #1 site was the outlier. It had lower insect abundance and clear richness and overall predator percent. And on overall EPT was lower. But it did show that there was a lot of Raptor or mayflies that were particularly high in count, as well as high swimmers. So takeaway. So just because we've only had a few successful spring samples to record, a lot of what we've collected can't be set in stone. You know, we can't draw any sharp conclusions or anything like that. It's very primary stages. The fall collection was collected, I want to say in 2021, but it stopped due to just funding, time consuming, as well as just like a lack of technicians. But in the future, we hope to be able to reevaluate and potentially get a fall sample going as well. But overall, the data exploration is in very primary stages, and it can help us in the future, such as like reaching out to local fly fishing communities and help educate them through that, as well as assisting in seeing the annual changes from spring to spring. So for the future of the project, we're definitely going to get the 2023 spring sample done, as well as analyzing the 2022 data as soon as we get that back from Northron with the 2021 data. We also want to upload the data to multiple different databases to help kind of get our river on the system for different invertebrates that we have. And we also want to continue to keep planning for a 3-year block to get this successful in the future. So overall, this led my interest in different aquatic invertebrate identification jobs. I think it's a really particular niche it's an interesting field for sure. I also wanted to look at different aquatic environmental jobs, and it led me to also want to do snorkeling or scuba diving technician jobs. And yeah, so that overall led me to planning to go obtain my scuba dive license when I get back to Washington, and I want to maximize my career opportunities by gaining educational experience as well as financial stability. And I also want to volunteer and begin to work with EXU and INSU coral reef restoration projects. That's it.
Any questions for Ellen? We got time for one or two.
Did you find a lot of those zebra mussels?
All right, you're on the hook, Ellen.
All right, so next is going to be Zane Frisbie looking at twin totalitarianism on the comparison of Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. Is Tanner actually up? Okay.
Sorry.
Next is Tanner Haverfield, who's looking at snowpack model of southwest Montana using dendrochronology.
Good job. Okay, figure out the laser real quick. Love it. All right, so I'm Tanner Haverfield, and today I'm going to be talking about a snowpack model I made for southwest Montana using the dendrochronology. So dendrochronology is just a study of tree rings, and so I really got into this in one of Eric Iverson's classes, where I actually used some of Jack Kirkley's cores to look at mountain pine beetles. And so I kind of got into that and was given the opportunity to do a summer internship, coring trees. And so the kind of my idea behind this comes from Harold Fritz. And so what he did down in Arizona was he cored a bunch of signal trees from an area and then ran a principal components analysis on it. And basically, if you run that and the first principal component, which is PC1, if all the loadings are positive in that, then you can infer that as the regional climate signal. And so when I talk about these signal trees, these are trees that we're looking for to have a direct response from precipitation in their tree rings. So the trees we're looking for when we go out are trees that are on the tops of ridges and some rocky substrate, hopefully lone so we don't have much competition. And then we're really looking for some older trees to get as much data as we can possibly get. So why is this important? I wanted to look at snowpack, and again, they measure snowpack in snow water equivalent, so SWE, so I'll bring that up a lot, so I just want to put that there. But this is important, especially in the western United States, for our late summer flows, and so all this snowpack is feeding into our groundwater for groundwater recharge in the late summer flows. So there's multiple studies that have gone on to show that with increasing temperatures, we're having negative impacts on snowpack, so we're having less snowpack, and then the snowpack is melting off a lot quicker with higher spring temperatures, and so that really doesn't last until the late summer years, which is really important for our agriculture and the environment. So this is my study area here. This big rectangle is going to be the area within my model. Within that area, I have 8 sites where I collected 90 cores, and I also have one site where I took some cross sections at. So these are my methods. So I selected sites just using Google Earth and kind of my knowledge of the area and accessibility of these different places. Once I selected my sites, we can go out and core and look for signal trees. So right here in this picture, this is a nice signal tree. It's really towards the top of the ridge. It's older. It's some rocky substrate and not a lot of neighbors. So that's a good one. The only problem with some of these older trees is they got rock pockets. So a lot of the data can be lost there with that. So once I cored all these trees, I bring them back to town, wait for them to dry out, glue them onto boards, and then sand them all down and scan them onto the computer. From there, I would then use a MATLAB program to determine the ring widths for each core, and after that, I detrended each core, and the reason that I detrended them is because as a tree grows, it's smaller, so when it's younger, it puts on bigger rings, and the bigger it gets, it puts on the smaller rings. So we detrended that, trying to get rid of that kind of curve. And then for each site, I created mean files for the cores, and that was my input into my principal components analysis. And then from there, the output of my principal components analysis was my input for my snowpack model. So for my PCA results, so right here on the left, this is showing all my sites and with PC1. So again, like Fritz said, if all the loadings are positive, then we can interpret this as a regional climate signal. So all the green dots is showing that it's positively correlated. The size of the dot is how correlated it is. And so again, this shows that this is the regional climate signal, and this is the loadings for that. So this is going to be the input into my model right here.
So we also had PC2 and PC3. These also contain information about variation in the data, and kind of what we're thinking is that it's kind of showing differences between sites. What we're thinking for PC2 is that some of these positively correlated sites, so the positive ones again are the green ones, and then the red ones are negatively correlated with that principal component. And so the positive ones on this one tend to be at higher elevations. So it might be picking out elevation in that PC. But again, there's a lot of different factors that go into it. So it could be a bunch of different things. And then I'll get to this Tower Mountain site. I had a little trouble with that one. It doesn't go back. I poured a lot of younger trees. We got up there, and it turns out a lot of the trees are dead. So we had to go back up and work that out. I'll talk about that here in a sec. And so now going on to my snowpack model, these are all my parameters. So the years 1814 to 2020, that's the years encompassed in my PC1 and my regional climate signal. I had a digital elevation model, which got all the elevation for my study area. And then I had a winter sun elevation and a summer sun elevation. So these are just at different heights, which allowed for snow melt within my model. And then I also had a snowfall function, which allowed for snow to increase at different elevations, and a scalar for my PCA data to make it more similar to the SWE data. So this is just a picture of my snowfall function. So I only allowed in my model snow to accumulate above 2,000 meters, and then it increased with elevation. So that's all that's showing right there. This is the model diagram showing my model. So again, my main input right there, PC1, that's from my tree rings. And then my major outputs right here, I have a spring snowpack in SWE inches and a summer snowpack in SWE inches. And then I also calculated the discharge, which was just the difference between those two. So here's my results. This is my results right here on the left of that model, and then you can see it's in discharge in SWE. And on the right here, I'm just comparing it to another model that was done on snowpack using PRISM data, and so that's just interpolated data from different weather stations and stuff like that. And the people that did this used precipitation and temperature in their model. And if you kind of look this black line and you kind of match it up with this, they kind of match pretty good. So that was nice to see. Continuing on, these are the other outputs that I was given from my model. So we have the spring year and the summer year. So this is for 1916. This is one of the higher PC loadings that I had. And so this right here is showing the SWE in inches. And so this is my whole study area and showing the snowpack in SWE inches for the spring, and then again later in the summer. This is showing a kind of a medium loading. So you can really see how much snow is left in the summer on this one. And then this is the lowest one I had in 2014, showing the same thing. And then I went on to do a predictive part of my model. So basically I took my whole sequence and categorized each year as a low PC, medium PC, or high PC. And then I would run that into different scenarios to create these Markov matrices. So the first scenario that I did was I trained the whole sequence, so from 1814 to 2020. The second scenario, I just did the first 100 years of the data, so from 1814 to 1914, and then the last scenario, I just did the last 50 years of that data from 1970 to 2020. And so this is the main input into my predictive part of my model. As we see here, everything else is the same. The only difference here is that stuff right up there. So this is kind of the output from my predictive stuff. We're going from scenario 1 to scenario 2 to scenario 3 here. So you can see for the first two scenarios, which is the whole sequence in the first 100 years of the sequence. Again, this is ran over 100 runs. And these are just quartile plots showing the mean, the medians, the upper quartile, lower quartile, and then the max and means. And so we can see for the whole sequence, it's around 8,000 SWE, and same for the sequence that used the first 100 years. And then when I used the last 50 years, it's more around 6,000 to 7,000. So we can see that drop a little bit. And then I kind of wanted to get some probabilities on low snowpack and back-to-back low snowpack years. So I did 50,000 runs, again, with each of those 3 scenarios. And so just kind of the numbers for that. I'll go over that in a couple slides. You can see there's a kind of major difference here. So I kind of want to include this one. So this again is from my model output of my historical data. And this is from the spring of 2014. We can see that the SWE goes up to about 9. And so in these higher areas, we're getting about 9 for that. And so this is from the NOAA and from April of 2014. And my little area is right down here. And if you look close enough, it's kind of this right here around this color, which is about 9 for the SWE. So that was also kind of nice to see that it was kind of matching up with that. So again, with my predictions, the last 50 years of my data really showed that we have an increase in low snowpack years and an increase in back-to-back snowpack years. And we can see that from this chart, this table here, showing that the whole sequence and even the first 100 years of the sequence, we only had a probability about 18% for a low snowpack year and about 6% for the probability of having back-to-back low snowpack years. Whereas the last 50 years of my data showed having a 27% chance of having low snowpack year and a 12% chance of having back-to-back low snowpack years. And again, going back to that quartile plots, it showed about 8,000 for the first 2 scenarios and down to 6,000 for the last scenario. So the latest work I've been doing on my project, the Tower Mountain slices. I got a big shout out to Joe Eason and his chainsaw. We went up there and we cut some trees, got some slices like this one, and I did the same thing, sanded them down and scanned them in and got them all nice and was able to do all that stuff. The only thing is I was unable to cross-date them with the chronology of the rest of my data, so I didn't include that. So I still have 12 bits to do the slices though. The other thing I've been doing is I've been picking apart my tree signal using prism and snowtail data. And so the reason I've been doing this is just kind of see what kind of factors go into that data and what the tree is responding to. So some of the stuff that I've been looking at is temperature, precipitation, vapor pressure deficit, melting periods into the growing season. So my conclusion, I think my model did a pretty good job of representing historical snowpack and then predicting it in the future. I mean, unless you're looking at this year where we've got a ton of snow. But again, if the next 50 years or anything like the last 50 years, we could see increase in low snowpack years and back-to-back low snowpack years. And that could be more stressful environments for in creatures that depend on water, and then obviously a higher risk of wildfires, and obviously we're a big agricultural place around here, so less water for that too. And that's it. Any questions?
Go Rees. Okay, just chilling. All right, so now we have Zane Frisbie looking at twin totalitarianism on the comparison of Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union.
Apologies for the technical difficulties earlier. Thank you, everybody, for coming. This presentation is going to be focusing on what I've dubbed the twin totalitarian states. Specifically, we're going to be focusing on some issues that arise surrounding the discussion of whether or not we should even compare these regimes. Before we get started proper, we have some terms that we need to discuss. I'd like to thank Dr. Aaron Weinocht for this pretty helpful illustration. Totalitarianism is a form of governance that seeks to merge the private sphere with the public sphere. Now, what do I mean by that? The private sphere can be thought of as the way we interface with individuals that we're close to. Maybe the way you talk to friends, family, other close confidants. It can even be the thoughts that you have internally. The public sphere is the way that you interact with society. the way you talk with coworkers, with your boss, with government officials, the way you act in public. The idea of totalitarianism is to drag the private sphere into the public sphere so that there is no life but and for the state. Additionally, we need to differentiate totalitarianism from authoritarianism. These terms get bandied about a lot, especially today, so it's important that we establish what the differences are. In an authoritarian state, the state clamps down and oppresses every rung of a society that lies beneath it. It's pretty simple. Totalitarianism is a bit of a different beast. The tyranny exists at every level of a society. The idea is that you will be checked not only by the state, as you would in an authoritarian regime, but you will be checked by family, you'll be checked by friends, and should totalitarian aspirations succeed, you will be checked by yourself. Additionally, operating in the background is some ideology that professes to claim to have the keys of history or the keys of nature. From Hannah Arendt's Origins of Totalitarianism, caution in handling generally accepted opinions that claim to explain whole trends of history is especially important for the historian of modern times, because the last century has produced an abundance of ideologies that pretend to be keys to history, but are actually nothing but desperate efforts to escape responsibility. One of these regimes was the Soviet Union. They believed they held the keys of history. History is a grand unfolding process, and it will lead to an inevitable proletarian revolution, the proletariat being the working class. All of human history has been building towards the creation of a communist society, and the Vosged, Joseph Stalin, our fearless leader, can see things that no one else can. He can see the fundamental laws of history. And when you profess such a claim, you afford no quarter to your enemies. One of the ways this can be seen is in the Holodomor. In 1932 and 1933, the Soviet Union knowingly enacted a set of policies that resulted in a terrible famine. In Ukraine, anywhere from 3 to 5 million died. Most estimates hover around 3 to 3.5 million. The old peasant way of life that was common throughout the whole Russian Empire was crushed. The idea of an independent Ukrainian identity was wiped out. It was not the only form of terror. Under the aegis of this man, Nikolai Yezhov, 750,000 to 1 million people would be murdered. They would be drugged from their homes in the middle of the night. They'd be driven into the forest, or they'd be taken into silenced bunkers. They would be tried and convicted as enemies of the state with no legal grounds. They would then be summarily executed, all of them shot in the back of the head. They were not the only state that was engaging in such practices. Nazi Germany believed they held the keys of nature. The world is divided into various races that are consistently vying for power and resources. It was the destiny of the Aryan, and it was the duty of the German to stand and tower above all the others, especially the Untermensch, the Jew. That was what nature dictated. The Führer, Adolf Hitler, he could see things that no one else could see. He could see the fundamental laws of nature. On August 23rd, 1939, these two totalitarian regimes would enter an alliance with one another. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, as it was called, was a treaty of non-aggression. Additionally, there was a secret addendum that divided Europe into spheres of influence. The Soviet Union would gain overlordship over Finland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, the eastern half of Poland, and parts of Romania. Nazi Germany would get all the rest. Days later, on September the 1st, 1939, World War II would begin when Germany invaded Poland. The Second World War would go on to be the deadliest conflict in human history. Germany would go on to invade and conquer most of mainland Europe and significant portions of North Africa. On June 22nd, 1941, the largest ground invasion in history began. Over 3 million German soldiers lined up at the Soviet frontiers. When Operation Barbarossa began, the invasion of the Soviet Union, the Germans were met with quick success. Rapid encirclements trapped hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers. But the success did not last. And as the tide of war began to turn against Germany, the terror that they were already inflicting on conquered populations escalated dramatically. Under Heinrich Himmler and Reinhard Heydrich, over 6 million Jews would perish in the Holocaust. 5 million others in non-Jewish ethnic groups would die as well. Most would be shot. They'd be taken out into the fields, and they would be shot into large pits, such as the one you see here, Paddie outside of Kiev. The rest would die in the gas chambers in Auschwitz-Birkenau and Treblinka. As the tide of war turned and the Soviets pushed the Germans back, the Red Army engaged in its own form of terror. When the Red Army crossed into Germany, over 2 million German women would be brutally raped. Before, during, and after the war's conclusion, hundreds of thousands of people would be forced from their homes. The ethnographic borders of Europe were going to be arbitrarily redrawn. On April 30th, 1945, Hitler ended his life in the Führer bunker as Red Army soldiers fought their way into the center of Berlin. 8 days later, Germany would sign the Instrument of Surrender, bringing the European theater of war to a close. World War II would take the lives of anywhere from 60 to 80 million people. Germany ended the lives of nearly 11 million in the Holocaust. Many millions more would die in the fighting. The Soviet Union, because of policies it enacted against its own people, ended the lives of 9 million people. A significant portion of these would die in the man-made famines of the 1930s, especially in areas like Ukraine and Kazakhstan. When it was all said and done, the Soviet Union would be dominant. All of Eastern Europe would be under their control. These countries were not liberated, they were conquered, and they were transformed into puppets. And these puppet states would go on to form the basis of the Warsaw Pact, the Soviet Union's answer to NATO. However, no tyranny may last forever. The states that comprise the Warsaw Pact would, one by one, assert their sovereignty to become independent again in 1989. 2 years later, the constituent republics of the Soviet Union would break away themselves. The Soviet Union would collapse, and we would be left with the modern-day Russian Federation and the surrounding post-Soviet states. Now, many historians will say, rightly so, that on the Soviet Union, it was much more than totalitarian. This is true. I would argue it's even true of Nazi Germany. A single word is not sufficient enough to describe a state in its entirety. States are complex, and they have different networks of people working towards different ends. But we must also not miss the forest for the trees, especially with the Soviet Union. Tyranny was imposed on millions across Europe after the bloodiest conflict mankind had ever seen. Any attempt to assert sovereignty was ruthlessly crushed. In Hungary, in Czechoslovakia, in Germany, totalitarianism would reign across all of Eastern Europe, and it would be brought to them at the end of a gun. Life and liberty were not things afforded to enemies of the Soviet Union, especially within. This has brought us to a different issue that has arisen. Amongst historians, there has emerged a taboo that we cannot compare the crimes of Joseph Stalin to the crimes of Hitler, that we cannot compare other atrocities to the Holocaust. I want to be upfront, this isn't some pernicious plot to sweep aside the suffering of millions. It comes from a good place. The Holocaust is an unprecedented crime. However, there are serious problems that arise when we take this line of thinking. First, it sweeps aside the terror of other fascist regimes in the era. Some 14 million Chinese lost their lives when Japan invaded China in the Second Sino-Japanese War in July of 1937. Over 200,000 in the rape of Nanjing, one of the worst orgies of rape and murder in human history. Around 400,000 Ethiopian civilians would be killed when Italy invaded in 1935. Additionally, when we assert the singularity of Nazi Germany, many of the other states that participated in the Holocaust get off scot-free. States like Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, Vichy France, Bulgaria, to some extent, and German-occupied Italy all participated in the Holocaust, but they are abdicated from their responsibility. It's not just fascist regimes either. In Maoist China, over 50 million died because of the Great Leap Forward and the purges of the Cultural Revolution. That's nearly as many as the total who died in World War II. In 1975, when Pol Pot took power in Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge executed 2 million in the killing fields. In the 1990s, 3.5 million would starve in North Korea. not to mention the millions that died 40 years earlier in the Korean War. Additionally, the idea that we cannot make comparisons to the Holocaust prevents us from seeing when the storm clouds are gathering again, and they are. Untold numbers of people continue to suffer and die in North Korea to this day. Over 1 million Uyghur Muslims have been placed into concentration camps in China, and God knows how many have died. It's genocide, plain and simple, but we are told that we cannot compare it to the Holocaust. Russia has launched an invasion of Ukraine, and they are hell-bent, once again, on destroying any semblance of an independent Ukrainian identity. The state's language is explicitly genocidal, but we are told that we cannot compare. We tell ourselves that the lesson of the 20th century is that the Holocaust is a warning, but we fail to heed that warning when we cannot even utter other atrocities in the same breath. The victims of the Soviet Union deserve to have their stories told. The victims of communist China deserve to have their stories told. The victims of North Korea deserve to have their stories told. The victims of Cambodia deserve to have their stories told. And the victims of Russia today deserve to have their stories told. We must be able to make comparisons, or it will, as it already has so many times, happen again. Any questions?
This goes back to entertainment. Like, do you believe the Russians would have propped him up as a political figure, as a war trophy, or would they have destroyed like more known part like the fashion, like they did to Mussolini?
Would the Soviet Union have done that? Ask your question one more time.
So when Mussolini was captured, the revolutionaries formed a part of carried him on the pike. Do you think the Soviets would have done something similar, or would they have given him a trial and been like there was a bunch of here?
Well, any trial he would have gotten would have been a show trial, as was the same for anybody else who got a trial. Most certainly by the time, if he had survived, had they gotten their hands on him, the verdict would have been decided long before. I mean, Joseph Stalin even lamented that he didn't get Hitler alive. It's very clear that whatever punishment he would have endured, it would not have been pretty, but he would not have gotten a fair trial.
So can you go over what the argument that historians make that the Holocaust is unique and can't be compared?
Sure.
Is that argument?
So the idea is that the Holocaust stands apart from other atrocities, other genocides. And that's because of the sheer scale of the cruelty. We often associate this with the industrialization of the killing. That's what we think about. We think about the gas chambers in Auschwitz and Treblinka. And that idea in the Western context really makes the Holocaust seem to stand apart from any other form of genocide. And by sheer numbers, in some sense, it's true. So the argument is that the Holocaust is unique. And when we compare it to other atrocities, we are minimizing the suffering of victims of the Holocaust. We are taking away from the suffering that they endured. But again, like I presented in here, the suffering of man is not a zero-sum game. Other people can suffer, and they did. But that's where I believe that the argument comes from, is that when we speak or when we make comparisons, we're taking away from the suffering that millions upon millions endured. It's stuck out so much in the consciousness of mankind that nothing, not even when it's exceeded in sheer numbers, can seem to topple it.
So the last presentation is going to be by Grace Davison. Her presentation upon range technician internship position at the Bureau of Land Management in the Dillon Field Office.
Hello there. For those who do not know me, my name is Grace Davison, and I did my internship here at the Dillon Field Office at the BLM. So a little bit about me. I am from a small ranching community in Belt, Montana, for those who do not know where that is, it is east of Great Falls. And my family owns a ranch outside of Highwood, which is right at the bottom of the Golden Triangle, which is where the wheat is all grown. I was always raised outside, and so that's where my interest of being in ecology came from. And a little while later down the road, I started learning that I was more interested in range management by helping my family with the ranch. And of course, like everyone else, when they first come to college, I think they know what they want to do. I want to be a park ranger, and that's not where I'm going anyway. So every day going into the office, I start at 6 a.m. and it's never the same. I'd always be doing something different, either by going to a different watershed allotment, working with someone new, or just doing something different. So some of my daily duties would be monitoring rangeland allotments, inventory of herbicides, training and educating newcomers, preparing trucks and ATVs for the day, mixing herbicides needed, spot spraying, filling out application forms, and collecting data and putting that on an electronic database. So before we get into the nitty-gritty, we're going to talk about some noxious invasive plant species. This one here is called common mullein, and in Beaverhead County, we can spray it, but not in Madison County, and that is because it is unknown whether or not that species was already established here in Montana, or if it was brought into Montana by spreading of seeds. And now, of course, this top one here is everyone's favorite, is a spotted knapweed. And then on the bottom, we got leafy spurge. And on this top corner here, that grass is called vetnata. Currently, it's only found in the bear trap wilderness. It is similar to cheatgrass. It has very weak roots, but it has short seed heads. And then this top middle here, we got light top. And then we got some yellow toadflax, which is different to its family member here, which is Dalmatian toadflax. And the only difference is the leaf structure. And then we got the middle one here, which is cheatgrass. And then we got diffused knapweed. Top corner here, we got Canada thistle, which has a rhizomatous root. So if you find one, you're going to find multiple in one spot because it's all connected. And then this one here is hound's tongue. That little seed you get on your pants when you're hiking or going through tall grass, that's hound's tongue. Oxeye daisy, even though it's pretty, it is an invasive weed. Then we got some Aureolissum here. Musk thistle, which it has a very deep taproot, which takes up a lot of soil, nutrients, and a lot of water. And then we got black henbane, which if mammals eat this henbane here, it can cause abortion. So that is why we controlled that. So controlling noxious invasive species, why is it important? It's important because of rangeland health. It can create the soil to be unstable, which can cause erosion. It can change pH levels in that soil, which can basically not help the native species come in and grow. And if we control it, we can have more forage for all kinds of animals, domestic or wildlife. We can have native plants flourish, and we can help out with habitats such as sage grouse. There are 4 different methods in this. I mainly worked with chemical this summer, which here is graze on next as an example. There's also biological, like this one here is a flea beetle, which you can use for leafy spurge. We got mechanical, which is pulling over here, or you could also do prescribed burning. And then we got cultural, which is like plowing or mowing. And my sister there is doing something with hay season. So like I said, chemical control method was my main method I was working with. And so I would mix truck tanks and water tank, ATV water tanks. I would put blue dye in it to know that that's where we sprayed. And the herbicides needed for that area, because once you go into that area, You don't want to mix too much, otherwise you can overkill the plant species you're trying to kill. And that is something we don't want to do. So some examples of some herbicides for leafy spurge, we would use Tordon, which we could also use for spotted knapweed. Grazon, which we can use for spotted knapweed, but not leafy spurge. And cheatgrass, we would use Plateau. And there's many different ways that we could do this. So also one thing I also did this summer was monitoring. And that's important because we get to track how rangeland health is going. And be able to check on habitats, what wildlife is coming in and out, native plants in that area, and just so much more. Two methods that I used this summer was a Doppelmayr plots, which we use for noxious invasive species, and line point intercept with AIM. And so Doppelmayr monitoring, you would take 200 feet of measuring straight out, and every 5 foot you put a Doppelmayr down, which is this metal rectangle here. We would see that rectangle, how much percent litter, so what dead plant objects are in that spot, percent bare ground, what soil, rocks you have, and then you have percent native plants that we clumped all together because our main worry was the specifically non-native plants. And in this area was in Clark Canyon Reservoir, and we were looking at what rosettes we could find of spotted knapweed, and we wanted to see if our spraying methods were actually working. And we did this in 4 different areas throughout Beaverhead County and Madison County. Sorry, the button got stuck. So then my next one was assessment, inventory, and monitoring, which is AIM. That is a line point intercept where they will give random points that they had to go out and set up a plot. And this one, the best way I can explain it is think of it like a triangle, where in the middle is the main point, and you go straight up at 0, and then you go at an angle at 150 and another angle at 250. And they take pictures of the area. They also want to know what kind of soils are in the area, and you can also guess this by the plants in the area. So for example, if there's greasewood or winter fat, that can possibly be a limey soil, but you also want to dig the soil pits as well, which is what I ended up doing that day. And we ended up finding 4 different soil horizons. And they also want to know what type of plants are in the area. So they take into account of what's on the line and then also what's surrounding that area. So what other native and non-native plants. I also got to work with fisheries for a day. We were doing fish stocking, and the reason why we were doing it is, again, monitoring. We wanted to know what kind of fish habitat we had and what kind of fish populations was going on in that area. And this day we ended up doing 2 different creeks. And one habitat was very not so healthy. There was no fish that we could find in that area. And then this one, which is where I'm taking, or there's some pictures of me here, was pretty healthy. We found some nice brown trout in the area, and they took that and did whatever data they did. I didn't get to do that part, which would have been nice. But so overall, what did I learn in this experience? Well, I learned teamwork, communication, lots of monitoring methods, how to keep records and collect data, meeting people that can expand my professional network, and safety. I learned pretty quick halfway through the season that if you don't pay attention when you're backing up, you could possibly roll your ATV. So that's why we wear helmets and seatbelts, guys. Any questions?
All right, thank you, everybody. Let's once again thank all the presenters here for their work and for giving presentations to us today. Thank you all. coming. This is a heck of a crowd out here. Holy smokes. So we're going to go ahead with our poster session next. There should be food out in the lobby. If you are hungry, you're welcome to grab food. Grab it, come in, and chat with our presenters at their posters here. And then once we get through the poster session, we're running a little bit behind schedule, but we'll try to get it back on track. So we're supposed to start with our keynote speaker, who is Dr. Kyle Richardson from our biology department, a new professor for us, who's going to talk to us a little bit today about wildlife diseases and controlling them. So you're welcome to stick around for that, and we encourage you to do so. But we'll start that probably right around 7:45, maybe a little after that, to make sure everybody has enough time with the posters. So again, thank you all for coming.
Are you filming us? Oh, what is it for?
This is for learning sort of life. We film and live stream the presentation.
Fantastic.
Sweet.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess let's explain it a little bit. So, to introduce our study, we basically took the game of basketball and took sport-specific movements that increase your ACL injury risk. So basically, your quadriceps and your hamstrings work together to protect your ACL. And if one overpowers the other, then you can be at higher risk for an injury. So what we did is basketball is the longest sports season that we have. So they get tired, they fatigue throughout their season. So that also increases their injury risk as well.
Yeah, so for our methods, we did sport-specific movements, which were landing from a jump and then jumping 45-degree cut. And so what we looked at was we used the EMG machine, which measures muscle activation. And so that's not necessarily how much the muscle can put out, but how much neuromuscular control is needed for the muscle. And so we looked at that on the quad and hamstring as well as the glute medius. And obviously the vastus lateralis is our quad, and our biceps femoris is our hamstring. So that's where we're looking at the quad hamstring ratio. And then related on this guy with force plates, and that's where we did our analysis on so for landing basically their ground reaction force. Go ahead and tell you about the results.
So this graph is basically showing that your quad at the beginning of the season versus the end of the season, it's working harder. So you're neuromuscularly asking more of your muscles throughout the season. So it's harder for your muscles to continue at the end of the season. Same with your hamstring, not as much, but it's still working harder. Your brain is asking more of it by the end of the season because you're tired, you're fatigued, you're worn out. And then same thing with glute medius, just not as much. So peak posterior forces basically just means how much force is being pushed on the foot, which puts your tibia in an anterior position, which also can blow your ACL. So it's being pushed harder towards the end because you're tired. And then peak vertical force basically is how stiff are you landing. So preseason, they're not tired, they're doing well. Postseason, they're tired, so they're being really stiff with their joints, which also increases injury risk.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so the implications of this is moving forward, they are increasing ACL injury risk towards the end of the season, and that's most likely because of the longer season, suggesting chronic fatigue throughout the course of the season. And so what we have suggested is the recommendations for coaches is aerobic conditioning during the off season. So for basketball, off season would be about the summertime, and that would include extra conditioning, like running wise, but also like your endurance training as like doing 12 to 20 reps rather than 3 reps of your lifting. For our preseason, we suggested more anaerobic, which would be more strength. The increased strength is helpful for keeping this a little bit more neutral, where we're not going to have these huge jumps in muscle activation, but they're going to be close together so the hamstring can pull back on that tibia so the ACL doesn't slip. And then an extended postseason, so just more recovery after the season as well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, great.
Excellent.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, and your guys' names are?
Sydney Sheridan and Lily Berry.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks. They're really
You want to give me the presentation here?
Hi, yeah.
You want to hold the mic?
Sure.
This is for learning something.
Awesome. Okay. So my internship took place in California on a thoroughbred ranch called Tommytown Thoroughbreds. And there we mainly focus on breeding, training, foaling, and boarding. And most of my daily activities was involved in the foaling side, which is the birthing process of horses. And there I also shadowed our on-call vet. And so here are some pictures of foals right after being foaled. And this is a sick foal that received fluids. This was an birth abnormality where part of the phalanx wasn't present. During the foaling process, or during pregnancy, the foals secrete kind of just like feces and stuff throughout the pregnancy within the mare, and that is accumulated into this rubbery kind of thing called a hippomane, and that's found in every pregnancy, and it ranges in size from like a little tiny marble to over a palm size. So yeah, that was my internship, and it has definitely confirmed my interest in animals. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
You want to give me the spiel?
I'm going to listen in too.
Sure. Talking to the mic while giving it?
Sure.
We're learning Center Live. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I worked in the salmon field office of the Bureau of Land Management, and I mainly looked at pygmy rabbits. So here are pygmy rabbit paw prints. I didn't get to see any, sadly, but we did go around to different habitats, and we found signs of them. We just didn't see any active ones. So we went all throughout kind of Lemhi County, more towards Lateral area. This is kind of what their habitats would look like, the big sagebrush that they can go under. I don't have any pictures of their actual habitats, but they burrow down into the ground underneath sagebrush and kind of use it as a protection. After we found a habitat, we then recorded it into a tablet using Survey 123, so we could have, we would know where the different habitats were. And then another thing I did is I worked with the recreation department for a day, and we cleaned out Sharkey Hot Springs, which we drain it and then spray it with bleach and then power wash it and then refill it, and then went around to all the other recreation sites as well. But, yeah.
Is your main work on the pygmy rabbit sites?
Yeah. We only went out, I think, 3 days pretty much, because that was when it was like 12 inches of snow and negative 50-degree weather. So I did a lot of computer stuff, which was just transferring old sage-grouse studies into ArcGIS and onto spreadsheets. But that was the main field work I did.
What was what's the recent population trends of the pygmy rabbits there?
They haven't done enough studies. That's kind of why we were doing this. The main reason why we did it is there was a few odd spots that they've never seen pygmy rabbits before that a graduate student recorded. So we went and checked those to see if he was right or wrong. He was wrong, but trying to see if those data points were correct.
But yeah, we didn't get to see any, so yeah, it sucks.
It's a ghost, an apparition.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for doing this too.
Of course. All right. You want to give me a spiel?
Okay.
So this is for Learning Center Live.
Okay.
We're live streaming.
Okay.
The presentations today.
Okay, right on. Okay.
What's your name and what do you want?
Okay. So my name is Hannah Evans, and I'm presenting my time as a patient care technician at the Bozeman Clinic. This is my internship experience, and I was able to work with a variety of healthcare providers and learn so much more about medicine as I was exposed to it. And I worked as a kind of just a floater, like we heard from Shaylin, kind of just floating around positions, as well as shadowing the docs themselves, and was entrusted with many tasks, including recording patient history, prepping charts, performing EKGs, which you see here, and drawing blood, sterile trays, making sterile trays, and I just learned a lot in my time, and my time with medicine kind of pushed me towards this job, and I'm really hoping that I can get myself into medicine someday. So yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, he's like really big on it. Yes, they were doing one of the hydrologists. Oh, okay.
And then we're also in the lab, and those are still being.
Let people down.
Okay.
So this is for Learning Center Live. Who would mind speaking into the mic and giving the presentation?
Awesome. Okay, so I am doing English Delftware from the 18th century. What makes it Delftware is the tin glaze on the outside. These two pieces are a set, and they were found intact, which is amazing considering these are being dug up from the ground. But I found a study from Edwards of Jay that took 3 samples from 3 different towns, Liverpool, Lancaster, and Bristol, and did a spectrometry on them. So I got 18 factors to then run through a PCA to get this first one, with the towns being the shapes, and then the colors are represented by the glaze, body, and pigment of it. Found not great correlation for any of the towns itself, but looking at the PC loadings, you can see a really high loading for tin oxide, which makes sense because that's the glaze, and also lead oxide because of the fact that as it heats in the kiln, it transfers into that lead oxide during the process. So then I ran one with the 3 shapes being the body, the glaze, and the pigment, and we can see really good correlation here for that body. The glaze and pigment kind of got mixed together, but they stayed fairly well together on the PC1 plot, so it's good to see that. So then I ran a Mahalanovus, found out that there's really good classification for that. Then went to CV to try to find 5 factors instead of 18. Make our lives easier. And then ran the Mahalanovus again for the towns for the full data set, which showed pretty good results. And then for the 5 variables, which showed fairly good results, but not the best results in my opinion. So then I have the 2 cluster diagrams, which follow what the classification said. And overall, I wish I had more data. There's only 28 pieces of data for 18 variables, which isn't a lot. So I really wish I had more, but it's unlikely for me to get more because of the fact that we're digging it up out of the ground, and it's in England, and I'm here in Montana. So hopefully if they do find more pieces, we can refine everything here so we can get those 5 factors down exactly.
Heck yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, what are you presenting on here? I'm recording from the Learning Center.
Okay. Okay. So I worked for the Nevada Department of Transportation this summer. Okay. I worked for the Nevada Department of Transportation this summer. It was a civil engineering focused internship, but I did some environmental science stuff as well. The project that I was on was they were building a new bridge and taking down an old bridge to build truck climbing lanes on I-80. And so I had to calculate asphalt yields when they were paving. I inspected contractor jobs, and then I did stormwater work. I did water depths and pH levels for stormwater for the rules that they have to comply to when they're doing construction. That's pretty much what I did day to day, I guess. Yep. All right, thank you.
So that kind of You guys got presentations for me? Yeah?
Do I have to present on camera?
You don't have to. I can cover the camera if you just want to speak on the mic.
Oh no, I can talk.
I'll just have it.
What do I say? Do I just talk about the project?
Yeah, just tell me what it's
about. So this project was to detect morphological differences in the Kamehameha butterfly, which is a native species in Hawaii. And then we were trying to find differences between each island population. So like see if the ones here were more different from the ones on the Big Island. And we measured eye spots to find this. And then the results showed that they were different, but not too different, because the butterflies have the capability to like migrate down the island chain. It's just really rough on them. So it's like there's a big chance they won't survive. And then, so we did Mahalanobis distance, and the classification worked out well. It got 100%, but it was only 5 specimens from each island. So, so it definitely has to like increase the sample size before I can say it's great. And then, what else? I guess also another observation is that you can see on the vector plot that each of the groupings of eye spots, they grow like in correlation to each other. So like everything on this hind wing will grow at the same time, and then but these will grow differently from the upper wing. So that was a cool observation.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
What was why is the I-9 all on its own?
I want to say because it's here and this how wide this like section of the wing is, because the eye spot, it goes off of how wide the section is, right?
Gotcha.
So like it's more closely related to these 3 because they're the only ones that are negative on our CV1. Yeah. Yeah, but I guess it's even on the PCA, you can see that 9 is like it outlies.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, man.
Oh yeah, thank you.
I honestly don't know. None of the others
Yeah, I think you can use it.
I don't think I'm gonna have to use it.
Is necessarily a bad thing. Have him sit in front.
Stand up here and jump.
All right, well, I think we're gonna go ahead and start our keynote, so we can have the keynote talk.
Is that you? I have no idea. I'm just throw it to the back somewhere. I still don't think I made it. I need to turn it on.
Like that. That was just getting good. Yeah, right?
I just realized that was you and you got a haircut.
All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and get started. We're about 10 minutes behind schedule, so people probably want to sleep tonight, especially our keynote speaker, who hasn't been getting a whole lot of sleep lately because he's been somewhat under the weather. But still, science will prevail, and here he is to speak with us today. But I hope everybody enjoyed the poster session. After we're done here with our keynote, people are welcome to stick around to look at any other posters that are still up. If any of the presenters are going to stick around, that'd be great. And then we'll just break up this party after everybody's satisfied that they got all of the knowledge that they want for the week. So finally tonight, we're honored to have as our keynote speaker Dr. Kyle Richardson. Kyle came to us this year. He's a new hire in the biology department. He has now completed 1 full year as a Western professor. We're super excited to have Kyle. Kyle came to us from New Zealand most recently, although he came from New Zealand via Butte, which is kind of weird. He was in Butte first, and then in New Zealand, and then now here. But when we were looking to hire somebody, we've had a lot of success in the biology department with our biology degree, as well as with our ecology degree. And so when we were putting together the hire for that position, one of the things we were kind of hoping for was somebody that could bridge the gap between sort of biomedical and ecological aspects. And as you'll see likely from his talk here today, Kyle has a lot of experience with wildlife diseases, invasive species control, with a lot of the work that he did in New Zealand. There happens to be a lot of invasive species there, mammalian invasive species, as well as others. But since he's arrived here, Kyle's been gearing up to start some new research that's going to probably be focused somewhat on chronic wasting disease, which is a pretty big deal right now, and across the West and East, for that matter, in wild ungulate populations. So prion disease. What's really interesting about this disease and diseases like it is that the infectious agent is not a bacteria, it's not a virus, it's not a protozoan, it's simply an infectious protein, which is really odd and also really out of control. So Kyle's work will probably be directed on sort of understanding the interface between environmental and ecological considerations and the infectious protein and the disease it causes itself. So we're kind of excited to have a new world to go into that bridges some of these gaps. Not gaps, but bridges the things that we're strong on in our department. So at any rate, I've talked enough. It's now time for Dr. Richardson to give us a little insight into how we deal with a response to disease within wild populations. So thank you very much, Kyle, for talking to us tonight and for doing it through not feeling 100% too. Feel like an NHL goaltender.
Right. I was expecting applause. Sorry. Jeff, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
That's a good test, if I can hear you.
That was a really good introduction, talking a lot about chronic wasting disease, which I'm not going to talk to you about. So
I figured you weren't.
We'll just get rolling right into this. I was talking with Eric Dyerson before about being a keynote speaker, and he made me realize something, that the last keynote speaker I saw was from the University of Oxford. Everybody was so excited to hear him talk, and he was rubbish. And the one thing I learned from that was I'm never going to be a keynote speaker. And I probably wouldn't agree to do this one if I would have known that it was a keynote speaker.
I literally said that.
So, wild populations in response to disease. This is a big topic. It's something we have to go through all the time. It doesn't matter where we're at. And disease plays such an important part with how wildlife populations function, not just at an individual level, but at the population level.
It's the down.
There we go. Just a few thank yous before I even get started. These are all of the institutions that were associated with the work that I'm going to be talking about today. Most of them are in New Zealand. So, yeah, guess what? You're going to be hearing about that. Students I've already had, deal with it. And the professors and doctors that I've worked with as well that have helped me get this information going. So, to start off with, population dynamics. Diseases can have vast effects on what happens in a population, as much as they can have not much of an effect at all. It all depends on what disease we're talking about and how infectious or how virulent, if it's a virus, that disease ends up being. But really what you have is you got three primary outcomes that you get from wildlife disease. And in these populations, they're either going to pass this disease, which means that the disease is going to come and possibly go, or it might linger on, but it's not really going to have that much effect on the population. The next thing that can happen is you're going to get a reduction in your population. So we know oftentimes that when you're dealing with disease, it is linked to the number of individuals that you have, so population density. What happens in this point is when the disease comes in, it drops that population down to the point where the disease either kind of works itself out of the population, or it ends up going back to that past the disease point again, so that first step. The next thing that happens is you can get a complete eradication of the population. And we might be facing something like that pretty similar here in Southwest Montana. So mechanisms of transmission. Different diseases have different effects. Okay? They're transmitted in different ways. So when we start looking about how that has an impact on populations, we have to take into consideration what's going on with those populations at that time. So you might have a disease outbreak where you're going through a population breeding season, which tends to be a very primary time for infections to happen because that's when you get a lot of interaction among individuals. We have to look at this from the individual level and from group dynamics. So you're going to have disease that's going to have an effect on an individual, and then you're going to have cases where if you lose so many individuals, that's going to have a massive impact on how an entire group works. So if you want to think about this, you can think about it like if you have parva go through wolf pups. Okay, that's going to have an effect on how that whole pack operates. Or if you start looking at dynamics with large cats. So most of our large cats pretty much live and operate individually, but if you look at lions, everything that they do goes through this group dynamic. We also have to look at territorial behavior. So oftentimes you're going to have disease move through populations that suffer some kind of territorial dispute in their everyday life. And having the impact of a disease can mean you completely lose a group. So what we have to look at here is, when we're dealing with this, how long can a virus or a bacteria, because that's what we're going to be talking about mostly today, how long can these agents survive in the environment without a host? Okay. And by without a host, I mean, if you're a virus and you're subject to different environments, you're probably not going to last very long outside the host. And if you're a bacteria, you last a little bit longer, but it's going to depend on environmental factors. So you need the absolute right conditions to be able to sustain within an environment. And these conditions are also oftentimes what's going to allow transmission to happen or for an individual to get sick. The other thing we need to think about is something called spillover risk. So in terms of this, we have what's called horizontal and vertical transmission. And horizontal transmission is a transmission of an infectious agent from one individual to another, or from one individual to a completely different species of an individual. Vertical transmission would be mom to offspring. We also need to know that disease transmission can in fact jump host, and this is something that's called the host range. So we have some diseases, we just went through one, coronavirus, right? Actually jumped host. So it started out in one species, ended up in us, and we didn't do very well with it. So what drives the persistence of disease spread? So when we start talking about this, and this is just a little diagram up here that talks about, this is a big question that we have in disease ecology, and people have been looking at it for 30 years, and we still don't completely understand how diseases persist, especially in wildlife populations, because they're extremely difficult to study. So one of the big questions that I had in one of my studies was, disease frequently persists when fundamental theory says that it probably shouldn't. So in this case, if you've got a large population or a large group of individuals, you can expect to have a lot of disease. But when that population drops back down, how does the disease persist afterwards? And in many cases, how does it actually re-emerge? Once you get rid of a disease, a viral pathogen or anything, if it's completely gone from a population, how does it then pop back up? Because we see this happening more and more. The idea behind this is something called the 80-20 principle, which basically means that 20% of the population is responsible for the other 80% of infections that happen. So me, standing up here, ill, talking to you lot, right? Jack, you're okay, you guys fine. This is kind of the spill zone right here, okay? So we have to consider that, especially when we're dealing with wildlife populations. Again, the important thing to note is that it's really, really difficult to study this. And this is going to be one of the first topics that I go through. So what we need then is a revision of fundamental theory. And what this goes through and talks about is disease is almost always density dependent, but it's not completely density dependent. So what we have here, and I used hearts for the healthy individuals and the clouds for the infected individuals because I thought it would be easier to get. Anyways. Okay, so if you look over here on the left, what you have is a large population. So this is a population that hasn't actually been touched, it hasn't been killed off, it hasn't been studied. And what you find is, with population dynamics, you get this zone where you've got the healthy hearts kind of all over the place, and then you got a few of the clouds that are there, they're not feeling so well. I relate to them. And then this area right here is probably a zone where individuals aren't necessarily going to be. And this could be because of resources, this could be maybe there just isn't enough den sites or whatever if we're talking small mammals. But what we tend to find with dynamics is you get these cliques, right? Kind of like your local high school. And you find that these individuals right here are going to be susceptible to illness just because of their association with one sick individual. So what you have now is you've got the chance for these hearts to become clouds and those two hearts up there to become clouds. But what about these ones right up here? They're just pretty good. Don't really have much to worry about. But then if we go through and we control this population and we knock those numbers down, what we find is now you don't have this population structure. This whole area is suddenly in a state of flux. As I've told groups before, you guys know back there, our whole purpose for being here is to reproduce, period. It's the same thing here. So if you look at this as far as population dynamics as it's concerned with reproduction, and then you just throw a little bit of disease ecology into it, what you then find is these individuals, does this have a pointer? Yeah, all right. These individuals up here are always going to stay healthy because they're never going to associate with this group here or this group here. But when you take that population and you get rid of a whole bunch of them, now what's happening is these individuals are going to find each other. So when we look at this and we apply it as far as disease prevalence goes, right up here, disease prevalence is so many disease ecologists just really, really have a hard on for prevalence, and I don't understand it at all. Prevalence is just your average, right? It's who's sick at any given time in any given system. And what it doesn't account for is this guy right here. So we can go in and we can control for this population, and we can say we're knocking these numbers down. And at this point, we've got what? 3% if you say that there's 100 individuals in here, and then with a chance of, 5, 6, 7 more. So at max, you're boosting this up to 10, 11% of your population. But if you drop this number down now, the population, what you find is all of these individuals are now susceptible to becoming infected. And when one of them have it, and 10 of them have it, and when 10 of them have it, and this group right here starts to repopulate, now you've got a big problem because your disease prevalence is suddenly going through the roof. It's stuck. I'm not even doing that. All right. Cool. This gives you an idea of what activity ranges can be. So in this particular case, this is in the North Island, New Zealand, and we're studying brush-tail possums here. And this is, brush-tail possums are not territorial. So what this means is when you have infection that goes through a population, if you've got individuals who don't hold any kind of territory line, where they have some plasticity that goes on, what you find is infection tends to climb at a greater rate than it would if there were territorial boundaries. So you can see here, this is a grid, and that right there is a road. So it kind of gives you an idea of how big this grid is and where these individuals go. I know it's a bit sloppy, but I didn't have a better picture, and I probably could have made one, but it's just not been that kind of a week. So you're gonna have to deal with this one. But you can see where you've got pictures of individuals here, and these are all trap locations. So these are areas where we've trapped these individuals. So this one right here, which looks to be number 15, we've trapped at this trap and this trap, which means then we can go through and run it through in our program and figure out exactly what kind of area of activity this individual is working with. Because if we know that, now we can start discussing the topic of if one of these is sick, we can start tracking this down. We can start finding out how the infection is going to cross through the whole population. And this takes us into the super shedder and super spreader hypothesis. We're not going to talk about the super shedders because it's ridiculously difficult to figure them out, right? Just because an individual is sick, doesn't mean that I'm necessarily shedding a virus, right? It just means that I'm a carrier of it. So individuals have a time frame of when they're most infectious, and usually that is right when they get the disease, it's taking a toll on their bodies. So we should be good right now. But the super spreader idea is this, this hypothesis, again, that you have a few individuals who are responsible for disease spread to many. And if you look, these are possums right here. And this picture is giving us an idea of what's going on in this micropopulation of possums. So when you've got these red dots, 45 and 65 and 63, those are individuals. The size of the red dot tells us how many contacts those individuals have. And then the thickness of the arrow tells us how many contacts these two individuals would have. So this gives us an idea of what this social structure is like. And it was really important with possums because we didn't know anything about possum social structure. In fact, we figured they didn't have any. So when we look at this picture as a whole, this is going to give us a representation of what's going on in the population. This is possum Facebook right here. This shows us everything that Facebook does. So now we've got a little bit of background on disease. How do we control for it, right? Because we can't just let things go, can we? Especially when it comes to disease. We have to find some way to interact, some way to disrupt, some way to work through any kind of disease outbreak. So two things that you can do, or that you can attempt to do, which is in the title of this talk, is you can try to control for the disease itself, or you can try to control for the population. And if you're controlling for the disease itself, that means you're using stuff like vaccinations, or you're using selective culling in a population. So you're taking the individuals you know to be sick and you're getting rid of them. You're taking them out of that population. When you're controlling for population itself, that means you're kind of doing this like the Thanos method, right? You're just getting rid of half of them or however many of them you can, and you're hoping that that control of the population ends up getting rid of whatever disease you're dealing with. There is a hypothesis out there from a pretty famous scientist who states that if you take a population and hold it to 22% of its original carrying capacity, and you do that for a number of years, you can completely eradicate the disease. He's wrong, but that's a hypothesis we've been working on for a long time. So the big question here is there a difference between these methods? Does one of them work the same way that the other does? And if they do, which one do you choose? Which one do you employ, and when do you employ it? So the two studies I'm going to talk about here is study number one. We were trying to get a better understanding of how tuberculosis spreads through New Zealand brush-tailed possums. This is a control for disease. So what we really needed to know here was, how does it spread from possum to possum? We know how it spreads from possum to cattle and possums to pig, but we had no idea what happened in that intraspecies selection of the disease. So figuring it out there is kind of figuring it out at ground zero. If you can work that out, everything else kind of takes care of itself. And then the next study that I'm going to talk about is the actual eradication of possums. Because if you get rid of possums, you get rid of TB, right? So going into, I took this photo. That is a axillary lymph node on a possum. He was sick, right? So when we start dealing with any kind of disease structure, we have to figure out what the value is, right? So any time you're dealing with disease, there's going to be a monetary value that's included, and there's going to be a species value that's included. So let's just say that we weren't dealing with possums in New Zealand where they're an invasive species and we club them to death with hammers. Let's say we're dealing with something like an endangered species. Okay. You're going to use a completely different method for disease control. You have to. So TB in New Zealand, at the point of when I actually made this, we were spending about $100 million trying to control for this. The big push to do it is because New Zealand makes its money on Lord of the Rings and dairy export. And guess what? TB actually has an effect on one of those. So dairy it was. The other thing is hunting. There's about 70 million possums in New Zealand. There's only 5 million people. Okay? And they just happen to be the perfect host species for TB. And what that means is if possums are sick, then basically any mammal that's in that country is susceptible, just because there's so many. So hunting was going to suffer from that too. And also the preservation of native species. New Zealand doesn't have a lot of them, right? Most native species in New Zealand are flightless birds that, between us, probably should be extinct anyways. But they've got to do what they can to try and protect them. So possums are a big problem, and that's one of them right there. That's Minnie. She actually is still alive in our colony right now. We breed her. So the big three is they cause a lot of damage to native flora and fauna. They're expensive to control, and they are the host reservoir of infection. infectious disease. So transmission into possums, what we know is that the evidence strongly suggests that possums are in fact the primary reason we still have TB in New Zealand. They didn't bring it to New Zealand, right? We did that when we brought domestic cattle in, and that's how TB got there. Possums are just kind of the innocent bystanders that get thrown under the bus now. So we know that they are responsible for transmission to cattle. What we found out recently was that when you have a decline in possum populations, the number of TB infected ferrets that you find goes down too. So this was a bit further evidence that possums are responsible for TB and it's not the other way around. So what we knew to begin with is that possums are extremely antisocial. They only get together to breed. Disease transmission happens through breeding. TB has an incubation period about 3 months, and then the possum dies immediately after that. What we know now is possums are both social and antisocial. I've logged possums that had 30,000 contacts in a month, and that's more social than we are, most of us. So you do get very social possums. We know that there's no significant difference between male-female contacts and male-male contacts. So this goes to show that breeding season isn't significant. They're having these contacts during season and outside of the season. We know that TB is bloody difficult to transmit. And we know that possums don't always die once they've had it. So everything we find here is new information, and everything over here is what New Zealand was spending millions of dollars a year controlling for under these assumptions, which was ultimately wrong. So this comes into the primary study of what we were doing. And what I did was I took 160 individuals and fitted them with a proximity collar. And this ended up being just over 40% of the individuals in the population. We were just using these grids. So we had 4 different grids to show this. And what the collars do, and that's a collar right there with the little antenna that comes up. What these do is they're set to a meter proximity. So whenever 2 collars come within a meter of each other, they record the date of the contact, the time of the contact, and the duration of the contact. And they also show us the opposing collar. So this possum right here we call Peanut, and that number was 35. So when Peanut comes into a meter of any other possum around or any other collar, it's going to give us all that information. What that information is going to tell us more deeply is when does that contact happen? So if that contact happens during the day and it's for 6 hours, we know that Peanut is denning with another possum. Right? If it happens at night and it's only a couple seconds, we know that Peanut was walking over to another possum and just thought, don't like you, coming back this way. And if you find this duration to be somewhere within a couple minutes at night, what then is going on? Are they fighting? Are they mating? Are they just sharing the same food? Okay. At this point, does it really matter what they're doing? Doesn't. All we care about is the duration, right? Is that couple minutes long enough for disease to transmit from one individual to the other? So this gives us a whole bunch of information that the previous studies didn't. Okay, so when that last slide, I told you all the stuff that we knew, it wasn't that there was just bad science going on there. It's just that technology allowed us to get a bit better information on what's going on. So with these 160 individuals, we used those contact patterns, right? The big red dots, we used those to figure out which individuals were social and which individuals were antisocial. And then I took 10 individuals from each of those groups and I experimentally infected them right here with a novel strain of tuberculosis and then let them go. And that's how we figure out what happens with secondary case transmissions. So we had to give them a novel strain of TB because we had to understand if that TB was already there or if this is a new strand and how they've actually attained that. So we needed to put something new in there. And just so that I'm not made out to be a complete dick, this strain of TB was already there historically. It's not like we just introduced something and let it go. We reintroduced it. Plus, they were going to dump a whole bunch of poison on these guys afterwards, so, right, they allowed us to do it. So that's basically what we were able to do, was we were able to inject these guys, subcutaneous injection right here into the hind foot, and then wait for that 3 months for that TB to culture, and then hopefully in 6 months you go back out, and when you trap possums and you see those big swollen lymph nodes, you can lance those and scoop out a bunch of that crud and send it to the lab, and hopefully it's this strain, okay? What we found out was it didn't really work. Out of all of that, and this is us doing it out in the field here with our little gowns and stuff, and there's possums all over the place, we only found 8 cases of secondary transmission, and we predicted a lot more than this, just going by what we were led to assume from TB transmission. 7 experimentally infected possums never actually tested positive for TB. So when we jabbed them in the foot and directly injected tuberculosis into them, it never took. They never got sick. One of the possums that tested positive for the natural strain of TB afterwards just reabsorbed that disease. It didn't die in 3 months like it was supposed to. It went on for a year and had like 2 more offspring in that time. Did just fine. But the important thing here is that we found that during our experimental infections, males lived significantly longer than the females did. And that's going to play in here in a little bit. Conclusions with what we came up with was, this was my idea of the dirty male hypothesis, which we always considered males being more like more important in disease transmission and population dynamics because of their behavior. Because males move around more and males have more interactions with other males and females, right? They have interactions with females for mating, and they have interactions with the males because they're trying to chase off other males so they can mate. Turns out this might not play as big a role in spread of disease. It may in fact be that the males just live longer and shed that disease for a greater period of time. So the previous methods that we were using for TB control were completely ineffective. And controlling for disease itself is very inefficient and it's extremely expensive. So that now moves us into the population control portion of this. And for those of you who don't know, New Zealand has this predator-free 2050 initiative going on. And what that states is every single mammal in New Zealand is invasive. That's a lie. There's 2 mammals that are native, they're both bats. So everything else should not be there. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to completely eradicate possums, ferrets, stoats, rats, you name it. With the idea that if you don't have any mammals, you don't have TB. Okay? Obviously, this isn't going to work because they don't want to get rid of cats because they like cats, and they like deer, and they like pigs because they like to shoot them. We should all be familiar with that here in this state. So this isn't going to work, right? Just spoil it. It's not going to work. How we're doing this is we're using trapping and baiting methods because the science really isn't there. Science takes a long time to develop. It's pretty easy to make traps and make lures that smell good to try and get individuals to come into those. They're not effective. And as soon as New Zealand realizes that it needs to start putting money into science rather than contraptions, things will probably start working a bit better. But what we're going to do is we're trying to do some genetic modification in these individuals. How this ties into the disease, of course, is if we can completely eradicate a population, do you then get rid of the threat of disease? We already know in this case, because I just told you it's not going to work in New Zealand, but they're still giving it the old college try, right? So what you have here is, this is a self-resetting trap. And right here at the base of this, there's a scent that goes in there. And these are all ferrets. And they stick their head up in there, and this is a air canister that shoots like a captive bolt over and kills the individual. Then the individual drops down, this resets, and it's ready for the next one to come up. And you can see that they got 4 of them here. The problem with this is you have to ask yourself, as a scientist, as a researcher, as a field technician, if any of you are thinking about going into fish, wildlife, and parks, what you're selecting for here. If you're trapping an animal, you have to consider what you're asking that animal to do in order to be trapped. And in this case, it has to stick its head up inside this thing. Guess what? They don't all like that. They're not going to do that. And we know that most mustelids are actually pretty good at learning through behavior. So if you see an individual have a negative response with this contraption, the next one isn't going to go near it. It's not even going to bother. And it's going to teach that behavior to its offspring. So the only way you can get to that complete eradication, because we're not talking about control anymore. We're not talking about bringing the numbers down to a level you can live with. We're talking about eradication, which means 100% of them. Because if you leave 2 and one of them has disease, we're back to the drawing board again, right? So what we need to do then is we need to find some new technologies that'll help us work. And this is a very, very dulled down idea of what a gene drive is, for people who don't know. So what we do is, we're just using mosquitoes on this. We've got a modified individual right here and a wild type individual. Rather than read through that, I'm just going to explain what goes on. You guys can read through that. What we're doing with the possums is we're trying to get permission to mutate a gene in the possum germline. So they're very, very beginning cells that basically calls for a trait to be passed on paternally. So we're going to modify male joeys, and we're going to give them this gene that states when they breed with a female, if that female has a female offspring, that offspring will be sterile. And if that female has a male offspring, he will inherit this paternal trait that does this whole thing over and over again. So what it does then is it completely gets rid of the risk associated with going out and trying to trap potentially viral infected or bacterial infected individuals. So that's less risk to the technicians, and you're not clubbing them with a hammer either, right? They're born, they live their life, and they die, and that's a little more humane. Also, it's the only way we can ensure that a population gets eradicated. This doesn't work by itself, right? What you would have to do is you would have to send a whole bunch of people out, boots on the ground, drop the population down to, let's say, that 22% of carrying capacity. Then you introduce these modified individuals, because we know from one of the last slides that individuals are going to find each other to breed, right? This is the only way this type of genetic modification is going to be successful. And if you can do population estimates, you can figure out how many modified individuals you have to put into an area. And then you can say that you'd be looking at complete eradication within 5 or 10 years, if you can get that population down to the right number. So basically what this is doing is the bad genetic change gets passed on, even though it reduces fitness. It's killing the individual. We're selecting for it to be passed on. After that, it's just basically right here. It's effective extinction. It means that the individual is working with you to reach its own extinction rather than working against you. Because if anybody's known anything in here about eradicating species, getting the first 90% of them is easy and relatively cheap. It's getting the last few individuals where you're going to spend 80% of your funding, right? The last time we did this on an island off the coast of New Zealand, it took the last $175,000 to get the last 2 individuals. And the last one wasn't caught by dogs. It wasn't caught by trappers. Some old lady caught it in their garden and was eating her apples. And then she let it go. Fortunately enough, we were able to find it and kill it. So, gene drives, it's important to know, these are largely theoretical. Even the work that I'm doing right now, we don't actually have permission to modify genes at this point. We're doing a proof of concept on this. So we're trying to see if this science is even going to work. And then when it does, I'm confident that it will. I'll let you know later on. Is eradication actually possible? We don't know, because a lot of this hasn't been done. We've done it with mosquitoes, we've done it with insects, we've done it with mammals, like mice. It's never actually been done with marsupials. And we don't even have the information yet to say if it can be done. So, is it possible to work on possums? Not yet. We're still going there. Big questions is, should we be doing this? Right? This is the Jurassic Park thing, right? Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. So, is this going to be more cost effective than baiting? Is it going to be more successful than baiting? Because if it's not, then we can't even bother with it, right? We also have to look at the ethics of doing this kind of work. So, right now, there's no way to genetically modify marsupials. Right? They're fundamentally different biologically than other mammals are. So, we're still working on this. Findings, I'll let you know in August. Right? I'm heading down next month to continue doing some of this work. We're going to jab joeys with needles. It's going to be a great time. And hopefully something works out of this. So conclusion for the whole topic is basically that if you have to control for a disease, controlling for the population is the best way to go. It's cheaper than controlling for the disease in itself. And we've been doing it for a long time. We know that this stuff works. That doesn't mean that you can't still control for disease. You can, but that's going to be on a case-by-case basis. And what I mean by this is, if you're dealing with specific species, there are some methods that you legally cannot use. Some species, the government just throws a book at them, like, yeah, do whatever you want, right? So don't work with sexy species. Always go with the ones that nobody cares about. So this is limited use. It's still expensive, okay? Even when I was out bashing possums with that hammer right there, that's a cheap way to do it. We were still dropping toxins out of airplanes. That costs a lot of money. I can't tell you how many people have called me up after I've done a radio interview, called my work phone and just told me there was one guy, Wayne from Tauranga, said he wouldn't vote for me. Like I was running for office or something. I don't know what that means, but he didn't like what we were doing. And guess what? Nobody likes it. We do not want to be flying over dropping toxin out of a plane. It just so happens it's the most effective tool that we have, so that's what we're doing. However, if we can do stuff like gene modification, that's going to minimize the need for using toxins and using leg hold traps and other things that you get collateral damage with. What we should be looking for instead of disease prevalence is this minimum number infected, right? With disease prevalence, if you have disease prevalence of 0, that doesn't mean that you don't have infected individuals, right? It's this minimum number that we need to be worried about because, again, if only one of them has it, you're still risking the chance of disease popping back up again. There we go. That's the applause I was hoping for when I first got up here.
Questions for Dr. Richardson?
That's super. I can just go straight.
So is this?
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do we have a bovine tuberculosis vaccine?
Yeah.
Why don't we just vaccinate the dairy cows?
We do. We do vaccinate the dairy cows.
Well, I mean, is there some other reason why having this TB reservoir is problematic?
Because vaccinations are expensive. And believe it or not, there's a lot of anti-vaxxers that don't like to vaccinate their cattle.
Isn't it the cattle's choice? My second question is, mammalian genomic imprinting makes this kind of editing really difficult. Is that what's holding back?
Say that again?
Is imprinting holding back these kinds of gene editing technologies of mammals?
Yeah. I wish I could answer that for you. I honestly have no idea. I don't even know if our geneticists completely understand why we're not able to do this work on marsupials. It's just nobody's done it. It's not been a common practice. And now that it is being done, marsupials are kind of the last ones to be getting the work done, so to speak. For doing this kind of work, you have to understand where the germ cells are coming from, where they're actually developing. We don't even know that, like what portion of the body. So right now, we're working with something that's the size of a jelly bean. So when you stick a needle into it, you don't know if you're getting the lungs, the liver, the kidneys, the gonads. We're hoping for the gonads, and we're hoping that we can get those cells at an early enough stage that they can develop into the gonads. But it's really kind of a crapshoot at this moment. The work we're doing with them, because they're so underdeveloped at the stage where we can do this work, is we're taking a joey, chopping it in half, chucking it in a blender and doing all that fun stuff, and then just injecting whatever we've got left. Sorry for those of you who want dessert after this.
Is it Mycobacterium bovis or Mycobacterium tuberculosis that these things have?
Bovis.
Okay. So it's not human threat.
No. No. No, it's mainly the dairy industry.
Other questions?
Are you tired? Dave, you're killing me here.
You're
Just
tired.
Go. I'm not even staying for dessert.
That's good because there isn't.
You were all lied to.
The lies.
Plus, it's desert if you look at the.
Yeah, I did that.
All right, well, if there's no more questions, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. And thank you all for coming on your Friday evening and participating.